Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the report of the Law Reform Commission for the period 2019, June to December of 2022. I'm further commanded to lay the annual report of the Police Complaints Authority for the period January 1 to December 31st, 2021.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm commanded to lay the audited financial statements of the Barbados Community College for the years ended March 31st, 2010, March 31st, 2011, and March 31st, 2012, as well as the annual report 2020 to 2021 and the audited financial statement for the year ended 2021 of the Darrell Jordan Secondary School.
Revert to government business.
Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that you do now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into Standing Finance Committee. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This House is in Standing Finance Committee.
Mr. Chairman, Head 30, Attorney General, in the amount of $113,939,199.
Mr.
Honourable
Chairman,
Member for St. Joseph.
if you would be so kind, I respectfully ask that you allow the member for the city and the staff of the Office of the Attorney General to join me in the well of Parliament.
So granted.
You know, they bypassed me yesterday. Last time they bypassed me before I was first, and I made fifth.
Good morning to all, especially our guests here this morning. I will now go through the procedure for this session. The minister will have 10 minutes for his opening remarks. and his minister within the ministry, he will so direct. The minister also has 5 minutes to respond to each question that may be raised. The officers here present, as they respond to questions based on how the minister directs, it is a 3-minute response time. So you have 3 minutes to respond. And we ask that as you're speaking for the first time in Parliament, you would give your name and the title which you hold. Honourable members are aware that you have your questions to the minister should not exceed 3 minutes, and you also are allowed 3 supplementary questions at any one intervention. But you can return with subsequent interventions thereafter. Honourable Attorney General, you may give your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of this chamber, colleague minister, members of the staff of the Office of the Attorney General, I am particularly honored to have the opportunity after the hiatus since when the Office of the AG was last permitted or invited to sit in the Well of Parliament to discuss in detail our various programs. While, sir, no ministry is more important than the other, the question of law enforcement, the question of law and order, the system of justice must always be seen as playing a pivotal role in our society. Our society is able to maintain its stability because of the rule of law, and it is my pleasure and honor to have the responsibility for the Office of the Attorney General, which has superintendence in a very general way of the rule of law. Of course, sir, these have been trying times, and there have been a number of things which have crept almost stealthily into our society that serve to threaten our way of life. In the Barbados Labour Party's Covenant of Hope, published, I think it was in 2016 or 2017, we committed that a central tenet of anything that we do would be to ensure that law and order has the first call on state resources. Now, I believe that it is fair to say that from the estimates that we're seeking to have approved for the year 2023 to 24, we have stayed true to that particular commitment. Mr. Chairman, in 2021-22, in that financial year, the amount of money, both statutory and non-statutory, that was approved for the Office of the Attorney General was $161+ million. For the financial year 2022-23, the year that we are currently in, and the figure is likely to go up somewhat, but the approved estimates of expenditure is $163 million. Now, while you might say that that creep by just $2 million is not significant, I invite you especially to consider what is being given to us for the financial year 2023-24. Sir, I repeat, 2022-23, we were given $163 million to discharge our responsibility. For the coming financial year, sir, we are going to be receiving $197 million. That is a government that is staying true to the central tenet, sir, that law and order would be able to have the first stake on our national resources. Part of that significant increase Mr. Chairman, is due to the creation of a special new ministry or a special new arm of this ministry, which relates to crime prevention. And that particular sector, sir, will receive $12.5 million. This is a new figure. And they will be inviting Minister Lane to give the chamber context and a brief overview of what he intends to do during the course of the coming year. In the Office of the Attorney General's budget, sir, the police service lays claim to the single largest amount. Of that $197 million, sir, the police service will be claiming $131 million. Again, I want to make the point that this represents a significant increase over what was budgeted in the current financial year, sir. In the current financial year, the police service is receiving, I should say, because the year hasn't quite ended yet, $114 million. 114. In the coming financial year, sir, the police service will be receiving $131 million. Again, sir, demonstrating our tangible commitment to law and order. But the point is, sir, we recognize that the issue of maintaining stability in our society cannot just focus on law enforcement alone. Law enforcement comes generally after the fact. That's the role of the police. But what is important for us, sir, is not watching our young men and women spiral down a vicious road leading to nowhere, but instead it is an obligation as a serious government to devote dedicated resources to diverting them from that path. So this really is a two-pronged approach to maintaining stability in our society. Law enforcement on the one hand, and crime prevention on the other. And it stands to reason, sir, that if you reduce the incidence of people getting into crime, if you prevent our young men and women from going down that difficult road, then it will certainly make things easier on the arm of the Barbados Police Service. I anticipate, sir, that at least during the morning session, we will have a robust discussion on the police service, and I therefore just want to give you a brief overview on what we expect of them in the coming year. Mr. Chairman, let me begin, though, by thanking the members of the police service for doing an amazing job in difficult times. These are the days, sir, when every time a police officer steps out of a vehicle, there's someone standing with a phone, watching to see if they will commit some faux pas, make some misstep, let go some curse word, mash somebody the wrong way, not for the purpose of upholding or uplifting what the police are doing, but largely for the purpose of finding some salacious thing, some snippet, some mishap to send out on Facebook or to create some new meme, sir. And I am now the expert on memes, having been the subject of many of them. Mr. Speaker, it is a difficult environment for the police to operate in. It's difficult because the demands of our society have changed over the years. There was a point in time, sir, when a police officer told somebody, move, that they will move. Now when a police officer tells somebody to move, there's a good chance that you will see some reluctance, some diffidence, some resistance, and in some instances, outright abuse. There was a time when getting charged for cursing a police officer was a serious thing. Now, I have my views. I hope that the police chief will recognize that our society has changed somewhat. But there was a level of respect accorded to the men and women in blue that has been dwindling. And I believe that disrespect that has been dwindling has been at the same time as the level of criminal activity in certain quarters has been increasing. But the point is, sir, that policing is no longer the genteel thing that it was when we were growing up. It is now a very challenging profession, reflected in part because of some of the difficulties in attracting police officers. What has been our response to some of these challenges? Well, certainly, sir, you see increased funding. Police need to have the resources to get the job done, and we're committed to giving them I don't know of any ministry that can say that they've got a 20 million jump. I believe I am the envy of all of my colleagues. But we're giving them the resources that they need to get the job done. But we're also saying to them that they have an obligation to come into the 21st century. And that's a hard thing for a lot of people to do. In fact, some members of this chamber still like the feel of paper in their hands. Even though we have technology, I too, sir, still like the feel of paper in my hands. I asked the Minister of Finance, where is my estimates book? Because even though we have it electronically, I too like to make notes in the margins and so on. That's something that we will change over time. But we are asking the police service to come in to the 21st century, and we've provided them with body cameras, we've provided them with handheld devices to facilitate how they conduct investigations, how they take statements, and so on. A lot of emphasis is already placed on technology, but you will see that increasing in the police service. Mr. Chairman, we're also asking the police service to begin to do things differently. And in that regard, I'm able to say that the Office of the Attorney General has engaged the services of a now retired Deputy Commissioner, Mr. Oral Williams, to come back to analyze all of the procedures in the police service. There are some very archaic processes, sir. A lot of steps that perhaps are not necessary. And we're trying to get that analysis done. We're placing a tremendous emphasis on training, Mr. Chairman. For the past 2 years, we've had an immersion program with the Constabulary of Durham. If there's one thing, Mr. Chairman, that we genuinely feel has been a problem in the police service has been the deficit of training. When we look through the records, we can't see any significant amount of training being done. There is some, not suggesting that there isn't, but in terms of continued training, we believe that there's a deficit there that needs to be filled. There was a time, sir, when the service would look to 1 or 2 senior officers and send them to a place called Bramshill to spend a year. That's the military equivalent of Sandhurst. That hasn't happened in quite a few years. So we've, in the last 2 years, sent 11 police officers at a senior rank, 5 in the first cohort, 6 last year, to immerse them with the Durham Constabulary, so that for 6 weeks, so that they can learn by participation a high level of police leadership ability. The challenge with that, sir, is that sending out 6 police every year, or 12 every year, out of a total population, police population of just around 1,200, the commissioner will remind me the exact figure that we have now. It'll take us forever. So one of the initiatives that we're taking in the coming financial year, sir, is bringing in expert trainers from Canada, from the US, and from England, so that our officers don't have to leave Barbados, but that our officers can receive training non-stop, around the clock. We can do larger numbers. We need to have the finest police force in the region, but we can only do it, sir, if all of our people are trained. And training is important. And may I say, because I see the members of St. Thomas out of the corner of my eye, and I thank you for your indulgence, sir, as far as my time goes. In recent times, the police service has had some criticisms. They've been criticized because sensitive statements have made their way onto social media. They've been criticized because people have had to say, my response, my interaction with a particular member of the force was far from salutary. They have said that some have been surly, some have been downright rude. Others have said that they're not gender sensitive, particularly in areas when it comes to some kinds of threats, generally to women. They've not demonstrated what is expected of a modern police force, so modern police service. So in many respects, the training will not just be training how to investigate crime, training how to detect crime. There's also a softer side of training that we propose to put in place. But I hope, sir, that I'll have a chance to go into some of the other programs. Let me say that the Office of the Attorney General is not just about policing, however. The Attorney General is the chief legal advisor to the government of Barbados. And so I am honored to have with me the Solicitor General, whose responsibility is the civil side of the legal arrangements of the country, all of the contracts, all of the claims. They have to litigate all of the claims against the government of Barbados, sometimes by themselves, but occasionally with senior lawyers from the outside. I also have the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. The work that particular office has done over the last 4 years, sir, has been extraordinary. I want to compliment them in this place, and your thumps on the table as legislators will be more than welcome at this time. Without the work of the CPC, sir, I don't know where this chamber would be. And it has been tough to keep that band of warriors going, but they have been up to the task on every occasion. Sir, we have a lot to talk about today. I hope that we'll be able to present to this chamber an impressive program to justify the increase of the funding that we're asking for. And at this point, I will use my good judgment and note the affluction of time and ask Minister Lane, member for the city, to address the chamber briefly.
Thank you very much, Attorney General, Chairman, and colleagues. I just briefly want to touch on the new sub-program 263, but allow me to start with some quotes from the Crime and Violence in Barbados, the IDB series on crime and violence in the Caribbean by Corinne Bailey. And Corinne Bailey points to the fact that the level and changing nature of crime in many Caribbean countries have been giving cause for increased concern. He suggests that the rapid growth of urban areas in the 19th century and the early 20th century have led to this increase as persons move from inland in the agricultural time more to the urban areas. Trotman, 1986, supports this. When we move to McElroy and Albuquerque, 1982, really speaks to the gaining momentum in the 1960s when we transitioned from plantation economies to tourism and light manufacturing economies. Now, if you fast forward today, the report speaks to a situation where the main feature of crime in the Caribbean is high level of violent crime, with homicide rates rising rapidly in most Caribbean countries. Barbados, he notes, though, however, is a notable exception with relatively low levels of violent crime. I pause here to say that this is not a situation that we point to say others are higher, because Barbados has been traditionally known as a very peaceful place, a very civil place, and therefore any increase, any spate would cause even greater concern within our society. It is for this reason that the government has strengthened its hand in relation to law enforcement and added an increased measure towards crime prevention in the medium and long term, and hence the reason for sub-program 263. To give members and the public a good understanding or overview of what 263 will be doing in the coming financial year, we are looking at a Live Wise campaign, and that campaign is really to take us back to our roots of wise sayings and wisdom as exposed and taught by our elders within the society. A major plank in that program is the direct intervention program, which is seeking and already reaping results in relation to pressing the flesh and getting back on the ground and working with some of our at-risk and high-risk individuals. One of the things recognized, sir, in preparing this program is that we really moved from the era of community, youth, church, faith-based activity, even prior to COVID, to one where a lot of young people were left to raise themselves, either among themselves on the corner or by technology, television, YouTube, and the very long list goes on. One of the things that we believe and one of the things that we will be pursuing, a hot pursuit, will be the return by saturating this country with positive alternative activities, so that no longer will the choice be a block or nothing. There must be a serious choice when we tell our young people and our community members to put down the violence, put down the war. We must give them something to pick up. And sub-program 263 will seek to fill their hands, their hearts, and their minds with something positive and wholesome, but still in a fun, challenging, adventurous way, as many young people, many of us growing up sought to do. Another major plank is national engagement, where we look to strengthen the hands of many ministries existing here, whether it be education, youth, sports, community empowerment, people empowerment, and many others, by seeking to add, again, these wholesome activities, these adventurous activities in a structured way, in a way that they will seek to be a part of community once again. Quickly running through, there'll be community-based initiatives, family-based initiatives, school-based initiatives, rehabilitation programs, and adding to the already strengthened program of enforcement, intelligence and tactical initiatives, where we will be lobbying based on information received by doing these programs. So in other words, we have a project unit and we're working with a number of NGOs who will be in touch with the communities, vulnerable and others. And using that information, we plan to translate that into policy by using our experience and information and transitioning into policy via the already established arms for the above-mentioned enforcement, intelligence, and tactical initiatives. Institutional reforms will also be on the list of things that we will be continue to assess and making recommendations towards, and legal and judicial enhancements. And finally, sir, in this 263 will be supportive initiatives, and this is really looking at how today's technology can enhance the way that we deliver this program. Through apps, platforms, dashboards, websites, you name it, we plan to engage with it to make sure that we have the most efficient way in making sure that the program of crime prevention, what we are calling peace promotion, is done throughout this country. I want to close my brief introductory remarks by giving an understanding of the phases and also the pillars involved in doing this. The phases, really, phase one was really the short-term phase of trying to reduce what we call the heat on the streets, and then moving on to the more medium and long-term aspects in terms of introducing a number of social interventions to make sure that that peaceful behavioral modification is done in a way that it can be sustained. So, sir, in essence, we are here to support the work of this ministry, and I want to close by thanking the Attorney General and this entire ministry for welcoming me, my team, and this program, sub-program 263. Thank you very much, Chairman.
I beg to move that this head 30 stand part, sir.
Thank you, Honourable AG and Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown. We will now proceed with our question and answer segment. And just to remind members that you should not exceed 3 minutes with your question. We start with the Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me, Minister, Attorney General, congratulate you and your team for the tremendous work that you have been able to do, really from the time this administration has come into office. Not only the tremendous work that the police service done, and that the police service is doing and has done, but also the tremendous work that the CPC, as you said, clearly this Parliament would not be where it is without all of the work that the CPC has done. But all of the other things that you have done as well. As you know, I was also able to assist when you did the renovations at the old law courts, and be able to get those and now renamed after Sir Henry Ford and Sir David Simmons. And that obviously was very important. And obviously the reason why that is important is it helps you to be able to deliver justice and be able to get people to get their matters resolved at the law courts. At the end of the day, there's the old adage, justice delayed is justice denied. And I always get very concerned about how long it takes to get a particular matter heard before the law courts. And I know that this administration has appointed new judges and has done the renovations. We also were able to get other facilities to be able to use as courts. And my question will be related to that. What other plans do you have to be able to clear the tremendous backlog of matters to be held before the courts, both civil and criminal? If you could answer that, please.
Thank you very much, Member for Christchurch West, and I appreciate your hard work in helping us with that facility, and I appreciate your question. From almost time immemorial, I suppose, people have been complaining about delays in the judicial system. I've been practicing law now for 33 years. Of recent time as Attorney General, I should be more precise. And from the outset, we've been complaining about delays. But the fact is that those delays they seem to have snowballed. Now, we recognized upon coming to government that the delays were presenting a greater problem than just to the individuals involved. I remember giving a speech. It didn't go unchallenged, but I echoed the comments of one of the judges of the Caribbean Court of Justice who remarked that just about every piece of litigation represents a circumstance where a person's ability to do something is locked up. Often, that relates to your ability to mobilize some kind of property in one way or another. So let us suppose, to use a simple example, somebody sues another, claiming damages for personal injury. It represents a locking up of assets because the person who is being sued has to make some kind of a provision to be able to pay at a point in time in the future. And the person who is suing wants to be able to realize that asset. If you take an estate, for example, a delay in dealing with an estate means that that estate is frozen. Now, it therefore means that if we're able to have a judicial system that moves things through quickly, we will see the easier mobilization of resources, not just of the people in the court and the people in the system, but also very often of financial resources. I remember being in a major corporate case which involved an injunction relating to a major company in Barbados, and for the length of time that matter was in the system, the parties couldn't make a decision to go forward. So it's not just, I'm making the point, first of all, it's not just that the delay affects the parties to the case, but there's also a macro dynamic. There's a larger issue, because by tearing up assets, by freezing those assets, by freezing the ability of people to deal with their assets, we are actually retarding economic activity. So we recognize that it was imperative that we make major changes. We began, Mr. Chairman, by appointing additional judges. Now, let me say that I don't know of another country in the region that has taken this approach and has been so activist in relation to providing manpower to the judiciary, adding bodies to the judiciary. Sir, when we came to government, we had, I believe it was only 5 high court judges in the lower court, and I think it was 5 in the Court of Appeal. We immediately increased the number of judges and moved that number of judges in the lower court to, I think we increased it by an additional 5, and then we added an additional 3 temporary judges. You mentioned the criminal, and I just want to make this, to segue into this. When we came to government, sir, we found only 2 judges doing criminal cases at any given time. By the time we came to government, the backlog of criminal cases was over 1,000. 1,000, and only 2 judges sitting on criminal cases. Simple mathematics, 1,000 criminal cases to be heard in the Supreme Court, I could say indictment, but think jury trial for the most part, all right? Those kind of serious cases. Dividing that 1,000 by 2, you get 500. Now, there's only so many cases a judge can do. There are only so many cases that courts can prosecute. So we would never get rid of that backlog. So we began by immediately appointing 3 temporary judges to increase the number from 2 to 5. Of course, sir, that began to work very well, and I must pay tribute to those judges. The criminal bench has really stepped up. Those 5 judges have really stepped up to the plate. But COVID hit. And during those 2 years of COVID, we couldn't do jury trials. Now, I will say to their credit that in each of those 2 years, they disposed of 200 indictable matters. You can dispose of matters other than by trial. People plead guilty and so on. Some may get nolly pros, but so in each of those 2 years, 200 were disposed of. So we were able to dispose of 400 during those 2 years without jury trials. But of course, sir, you keep adding, so the backlog is still up there. So our response has been to appoint a further 3 criminal judges. So we've gone, sir, from 2 to 5 to 8. And that's where the new facility, the Ford Simmons complex comes in, because that facility is going to accommodate 3 of those judges. As I speak, sir, 7 of those, we now have a total criminal bench active of 7, but because 1 court in the Ford Simmons complex is not yet ready because of some challenges with the supply chain of certain critical inputs, we have 7 judges who are sitting at the present. That 3rd court, which used to be the number 1 court, the grandpère of all the courts, that will become our 8th criminal court, and that should be finished by the end of this month, and our 8th criminal judge will fit into that complex. We've also automated some of the processes of the Supreme Court. It isn't working perfectly yet, but I don't know of a system that works perfectly from day one. When we came to government, sir, the use of technology, while it was there, it still wasn't where it needed to be. And one of the things that we did was to set up a system called Apex, which allows for electronic filing of cases. And what do we mean by electronic filing? In the, I could almost say, olden days, you had a case to be filed, people had to swear affidavits, they had to walk over to the court with the clerk, stand before somebody, swear the affidavit, often go back to the law office, then the clerk had to bring back the documents to be filed, you had to file them and wait and get them stamped and so on. We've eliminated that process so that a person is now able to file all of their court documents electronically. So we've taken that out of the system. We still have a ways to go in terms of getting that system right, but that is being addressed as we speak. But the point is, where we need to be, what we're working assiduously towards is a situation where documents are filed electronically. A lot of the case management can be done electronically. The one good and bad thing about Zoom, sir, is that it has caused a reliance on technology that has a good side and a bad side. We've found that, and the rules have always have provided for this since since around 2003 or so, when the new rules came into place, which allows you to do matters remotely. So a lot of times when lawyers appear before the CCJ, they don't fly to Trinidad. They sit at their computer and they do it. And so one of the things about Zoom is that it has allowed us to do a lot of that. There's a downside to that though, and the Chief Justice has met with us, and we are agreeing to move back to face-to-face hearings. And if you will allow me just to digress in this way, one of the things that helps young lawyers to become really good lawyers is by seeing other good lawyers work. But when you're doing that by Zoom, you don't get to see any of that, because the Zoom thing is just for the participants. And we've lost some of that training ground that young lawyers being at court and so on, and I'm happy that we're able to get back to that. So technology is another important element. In terms of where we go from here, we're trying to improve how the courts work by giving them additional staff. In order, there was a time when judges had to sit down and write every word that was said. I've seen it. It's been a very torturous process. If you had to write every word that I say, I can only talk as fast as you can write. Years ago, when former AG and then Chief Justice, when he became Chief Justice, we set up a system of CAT reporters. That technology has changed now from CAT reporters, and we are now using voice to text. So a voice to text system, we've got overseas funding, and that system is actually being implemented as we speak. That will cut down on a lot of the time. So as lawyers speak, argue, witnesses give evidence, it is recorded, and immediately it gets converted to voice to text. But the challenge with voice to text is that you need to test it. You need to check it. Every time even though you may train your computer, I'm sure that if you dictate something and look back at it, you really find some unusual things in there that you did not intend to say, or certainly did not intend to write. So we've just given the registration department, I think is about 10 scopists. Scopists are the individuals who take what has been transcribed and checks it against what is said, so that we have an accurate record of the proceedings. That certainly is going to go a long way. Now the challenge is that we have to ramp up that capacity very quickly, because we keep adding judges, but we haven't been adding those additional services. So we are catching up by adding the number of scopists that are required. The other thing that we're doing to help the system go through quickly is by appointing a deputy registrar whose only responsibility will be for the criminal courts. Currently, Mr. Chairman, we have a registrar, and the registrar has two deputies. And then you have a number of assistant registrars. But those registrars, the registrar and the deputy registrars, have to deal with all of the administration of the courts. They also deal with probate, estates, and so on. And then they also have to manage the Court of Appeal, as well as manage the criminal courts. We've agreed to establish the post of Deputy Registrar Criminal, so that all of the matters, as long as it relates to the criminal court, there's a dedicated registrar whose responsibility will be to deal with those criminal matters. So I hope that I've given you some insight into how we are looking to speed up the delivery of justice. But at the end of the day, when the rubber hits the road, judges need to give decisions faster. I called for it, I complained about it when I was in opposition, and I will not resile from that position now. I can say that by adding additional judges, we have seen a faster delivery of some decisions. But that tends to be because the particular judges have been working fast. We have, in recent weeks, we have a number of cases that were filed quickly, and we've got very quick decisions. No. To be fair, if you spread out the volume of work over more people, you get it faster as well. And I think in this chamber you might recall that there have been a number of pieces of litigation that have gone through the system quickly. I would remind the chamber of the cases arguing about the constitutionality of the COVID directives. Filed, heard, and on appeal. The cases dealing with the elections. Filed, heard, and on appeal. Now, you may say that those were urgent cases, so you had to get them done quickly. But you can only get them done quickly based on the manpower that you have available. So I'm happy to say that by increasing the number of judges in the way that we have, by allowing a cadre of criminal judges to focus only on criminal matters and not to have to switch back and forth, because that's what they did. They used to do criminal for 6 months and then come back and do civil. So I think, sir, that we've made some important strides in helping the system along, but we are nowhere near where we need to be. Every system in the world complains about delay. If you read the London Times, if you read the New York Times, every system has delay. It is the nature of the delivery of justice. But I do believe, sir, that despite our strides, we can do better.
Thank you, Attorney General. I want to move to another topic now, and that is the Forensic Science Center. The Forensic Science Center, as you would know, Mr. Chairman, is the place where science, medicine, and law collide. And it obviously was built because it was a greatly needed service and facility. And I want to ask if you could give us an update of how you're managing the Forensic Science Center and what future plans for any expansion you have, because it's also related to the original question as well, because obviously forensic science has played a major role in criminal investigation, and then by extension, I would imagine, could speed up how quickly trial matters are dispatched. So if you could give us an update as to where you are with the Forensic Science Center and what future plans you may have for any expansion or any additional services you may have for the center.
Thank you, Member for Christchurch West. I propose to allow the director of the Forensic Sciences Center to say some words on exactly where we are. The Forensic Sciences Center was established probably around 2003, I think, Ms. Corbin? 2003. It was grant financing from the EU. And at the time, we had great hopes for the Forensic Sciences Center. In fact, in the lead up to Cricket World Cup 2008, we were preparing the Forensic Sciences Center to become WADA accredited. So it would be one of the places in the world where the World Anti-Doping Association would send samples. But we have been plagued with difficulty. I asked for a summary of how much money we have spent on the Forensic Sciences Center in the last 10 years. We have spent just about $1 million in remedial or repair work on the Forensic Sciences Center every year for the last 10 years. And we've had to close the facility because of environmental challenges. And this has obviously meant that we've been unable to service the Barbados Police Service in terms of their more critical needs. And we've, in fact, had to resort back to using laboratories overseas. But if you would allow, I'll ask Ms. Corbin to give you a clear understanding of some of the challenges that the center has had. But the current position is that it is not now serviceable. We spent a lot of money on it, but we still aren't there. The one wonderful addition, though, that we have been able to utilize is the engagement of a forensic pathologist. And the good thing about what he does is that you could do that in many different locations. And so he's been working. Ms. Corbin?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Chair. What I would like to say, first of all, is that, yes, it is not that the...
Officer, Officer, you just need to give your name.
Oh,
and
forgive me,
Thank you.
sorry. My name is Cheryl Corbin, and I am the Director of the Forensic Sciences Center under the Office of the Attorney General. What I would like to make clear to the sitting here is that the problem that we have been experiencing is not that with the skill set of the scientists or the ability to do forensic science. What it is the difficulties with the plant, the difficulties with the building, because all of the environmental challenges that we have been having, what needs to be made very clear is that there is no way that we are going to impact or in any way affect the integrity of any evidence that we put forward by working in an environment that is not appropriate for what we need to do. Because if we do that and we produce certificates in areas where the airflow is not appropriate and that there is mold or whatever other negative, impactful situation there is, what will happen is that when we produce that certificate, it can be contested because then they're going to say that we are not using good laboratory practice and we're not working along the accreditation lines and so on and so forth. So that is one of the main challenges that we have had as it relates to not being able to support the Barbados Police Service fully. However, during all of the downtime, and the Office of the Attorney General has been very attentive and they have done as much as they can physically do, and they keep working to get us. We've recently got a new chiller, and we're having monitoring systems put in and the other remedial works that have to be done. And hopefully, I am keeping my fingers crossed that we can be back in the building fully within another 2 months, hopefully. Once that is done, then we have a very aggressive coming back online program for the actual analyses of the cases or the exhibits that the police service will be submitting. Now, in the interim, well, I should say it wasn't easy, but what we were able to achieve is that, one, we constantly kept our evidence area secured so we can assure the police and the ministry and the public that any evidence that we have received prior to us shutting down, the integrity of that evidence has been maintained, sealed, double sealed, packed, and we know where everything is because of the database tracking system that we use. Secondly, where narcotics cases are concerned, because at least 80% of the cases that go through magistrates' courts are of a narcotics nature or gun-related firearms nature, we have been able to secure a small lab space on our ground floor where we continue to be able to work the narcotics cases so that those will at least be able to continue to go into court and we don't have the holdups for that. Prior, however, to our shutting down, our scientists would have done trace investigations for a number of the murders, sexual offenses cases, and what we are presently doing, we are working with the DPP's office to reconcile the cases that they have on the docket right now to be able to see which would be priority. Well, it is all priority, so I'm not being facetious about that, but how we will triage these cases when we actually get back on the floor. Okay, we're presently working with the DPP's office on that. And some of the murder cases, we have already done the trace investigation work, and some of the cases are actually being heard and completed and so on. So I just want to be able to say, Mr. Chair, respectfully, that even though on the surface, the general public says the lab not working, that's not really true. We do have aspects that we can still complete. What we try to do, if there are cases that the police service needs to have done quickly, we work with them to be able to identify a laboratory overseas that could probably assist in what they have to do. But going forward, what we're hoping is that once we get back online, within a period of 6 to 8 months, we will be able to at least be 80 to 90% back to full capacity, because please bear in mind, because the building has been down and the majority of the instruments have been down, they need now to be calibrated and get back for the accuracy and specificity that is required to be able to do our analyses. So I certainly hope that that has clarified the situation a tad.
Thank you, ma'am, for that explanation. And I too look forward to when the center is back at full capacity. Clearly, as you would appreciate, I've been following quite closely the work of forensics, and particularly the forensic case that was recently, resolved on it, as related to the forensic bike case. But I won't get into that. But you did also mention the use of firearms. And a lot of your work obviously is done with firearms. And that leads me into my next question, Mr. Chairman, and it has to do with the truce that you were able to broker through your ministry and the member for the city of Bridgetown. And I would ask if the honourable member, either the Attorney General or the member for the city of Bridgetown, to give us an update as to what you were able to put together in terms of that truce and what future plans you have for that truce, and congratulate you as well on the work that you were able to do with that matter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I propose to allow Mr. Lane to respond.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Christchurch West. Just want to make it abundantly clear that in relation to the truth, this ministry has not been working directly with that. What we've been doing, as we would have proposed and presented already, is working with certain NGOs who will be producing that type of work. I want to say at the outset that we working with an organization called Inspire. We continue to work with them and any other organization doing good work in this particular field. The other thing I want to make abundantly clear as well as it relates to guns on the street, that obviously would be the role of the Barbados Police Service to ensure that they, have a plan in relation to firearms on the streets. So just in that brief way, I would like to respond. I don't know if the AG will get the commissioner to speak to what their plans are that they can discuss in public.
Well, I'd come to the commissioner at a later stage, but as Ms. Lynn said, we've not been involved in any way in the brokering of any truce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back to you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Let me remind all parties, we need you to speak directly into the mic for the benefit of the Hansard reporters who would wish to hear quite clearly, and so that they can get the record of the proper record of the responses. Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the Attorney General's office. I want to start by thanking you for the sometimes thankless job you have, but you are a critical part of what helps to keep our society safe and keep it strong. There are a couple of items that are on my mind this morning in relation to the job that you have to do. And it starts from a comment made by the Honourable Member for St. Joseph when he first started, when he said that policing comes after the fact, and that if we're going to keep law and order in Barbados, it has to be kept from the heart. It has to be kept by the citizens. Citizens have to manage themselves. There is no way for the police to make crime go away if the partners that you have in your ecosystem are not all doing the work that they need to do to train up our children so that they have the values and the behaviors that make for a good society. If you don't have the proper accountability within your not only legal system, your economic system, your community system, where we hold people accountable for what they're supposed to do. Because if you let people break the law and get rid of it, it encourages others to so do. So these are things to me that are absolutely necessary for us to be able to build the type of society that there can be peace and security for everyone. My question pertains to how does that legal and justice ecosystem, how are all of the partners within that system functioning to help us move towards the goal of being able to create a society that is safe and a society that is just? By that ecosystem, I'm talking about courts, and I believe the Honourable Member was speaking about some of the improvements they've been trying to make in relation to the courts, in relation to things like parenting, in relation to the media as well. One of the things that is of concern to me is the notion that we can put anything out there in the social space which can have an impact, an effect on people's values and judgments when we glorify certain negative behaviors and then feel that another part of the society should clean up the mess created by that irresponsible behavior. So I wanted to find out what is being done in relation to mobilizing all of the partners in the ecosystem to help us all work consistently towards the goal of a just and safe society.
Thank you for framing the question in that very interesting way. I would like to begin by reminding that very often when something happens, members of the society are very quick to point fingers and to lay blame. And unfortunately, the Attorney General, whose shoulders are broad, gets a fair amount of that blame. The police, the first question you hear is, what are the police doing? And we should pass a law against this and so on. And that kind of sentiment comes from a place where it says that somebody else is responsible for what has gone wrong. It never comes from a place where we begin by acknowledging that we are all partners in the exercise of keeping the ship of state afloat, and keeping it not just afloat, but stable and a good place for everybody. And therefore, I really appreciate the context in which you've put the question. And perhaps it isn't even that the question itself is important, but that we begin by recognizing that it is not about the police. The people, nobody calls the police the day before to say, I feel so-and-so got a gun. If you ask the commissioner how many times that happens, he may tell you occasionally. But they will run to the phone, they will see all kinds of things happening. Never think for a moment, I have a role to play in helping to stem or helping to prevent something from happening. But they'll be the first body to, after the videotape it, of course, to call to say, in fact, somebody say, you call like videotaping. And that's the society that we find ourselves in. We want to blame the church, we want to blame the school. We don't want to blame ourselves because somehow or another we are not responsible. But what that tells us is that we really need to have a whole of government approach. And perhaps that the Office of the Attorney General is not necessarily the place to lead that whole of government approach. I remember when we first came to government and we recognized that there was a tremendous uptick in gun violence. And I believe I'm quite sure you were there. We had, for the first time in our history, a national security briefing for all of cabinet. And then we had another national security briefing for all of Parliament, including the opposition. And then we went a step further and had a national security briefing for all of the senior public servants. Because we understood then that it was irrational to approach this in a segmented way. And that every single ministry, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Sports, every single ministry had a role to play in helping us to stem this emerging trend. And there was a big meeting, I think, chaired by the Prime Minister at Lloyd Erskine, so that each department of government could say, this is how I intend to contribute to the exercise. But you'll notice that we can only control or attempt to control what happens within government. The civil society has a role to play, and in fact, I owe the faith-based community an apology, because they did write to me towards the end of last year to say that they wanted to have a meeting with me to be able to discuss what they were seeing, what they recognize as a surge in violent gun crime in particular. And well, you know how it goes. Time challenges have made it difficult, but I've committed to meeting with them in very short order, because the faith-based community, they recognize that they have a role to play. It may not be a role that covers all of Barbados or all at the same time, but they have a role to play. I get reports every day of our school children engaging in horrendous behavior. Sometimes it makes its way to social media, but I know of school children who are carrying to school razor blades, and they're first form, so you know they can't shave. They carry to school pen knives. They carry to school dice. No, I don't know. Some of us probably carry school dice and cards, but we know that was for recreational purposes and generally at the end of term. So our educators, yes, but no teacher packs a child's school bag. They don't. I have to hope that a parent packs that school bag, or at least checks to see what's going in it. So you ask how the partners are working. We are perhaps at the beginning stage of something that if we don't grapple with it now, it will get worse. We think it's bad now, it will get worse. We look at homicide statistics, and we see that last year, and I have the statistics, I think we had, I can give it to you in just a second, but I think we had 43 last year. And we had a lower number the year before that, and I think then we had 28. Sorry, we had 48 in the year prior. Let me just get those statistics up. I don't want to give you misinformation. Sorry, last year we had 35. Last year we had 35 homicides, 26 by gun. The year before, 32, 17 by gun. The year before that, 2020, 41, and the year before that, 48. In 2018, we had 28. Now, numbers tell an interesting story, but numbers is not the story in itself. In 1987, we had 27 homicides. 1987. And in 2018, you can do the math, decades later, we were still holding at around 28. Something happened to cause this spike. Now, there are some people who will want to attribute it to all kinds of things, but let me say this. This is not a Barbados phenomenon. This is a regional phenomenon, and Minister Lane, Memphis City, when he spoke, mentioned statistics, and he said, I heard him quite clearly, this is not to say that some are better than us or we're not as bad as anybody else. But statistics tell that story. And permit me to share some other statistics with you. Because when you look at what's happening in the region, that too tells a story. In Turks and Caicos, their homicide rate for last year was 77.6 per 100,000. Turks and Caicos. Jamaica was 52.9 per 100,000. St. Lucia, 42.3 per 100,000. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 40.7 per 100,000. Trinidad and Tobago, 39.4 per 100,000. Bahamas, 32 per 100,000. Belize, 25 per 100,000. Barbados and Guyana, 15 per 100,000. Now, the statisticians will say, well, Turks and Caicos population small, so, the numbers, the percentage would always seem big. But the point I want to make is, Mr. Chairman, we recognize that exactly what has been happening in Barbados has been happening in all of the other countries in the region. Last year, St. Lucia had almost 70 homicides, and the population of St. Lucia is probably less than 200,000. And they had almost 70 homicides to deal with in their small country. The leaders of CARICOM have recognized that that this is more than just trying to find out what's happening in Barbados. And so, under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Rowley of Trinidad and Tobago, in next month, the CARICOM will have a special heads of government meeting with one agenda item looking at the problem of violence in the Caribbean and treating violence as a public health problem. We've applied public health solutions to COVID, to a whole variety of other issues, and while we're not going to quarantine people to stop crime, but we have to take first a regional approach and see exactly what is happening. And we already have an idea of what some of these factors are. So I know that I've digressed a little bit away from where we started, but if I can come back, it is a partnership that we require. The government, we can throw as much money at the issue of crime, at the issue of violence in our communities as we want. We can. But unless those communities themselves see that they have a role to play as a partner, unless those parents see that they have a role to play as a partner with the teachers, the faith-based groups, they see that they have a role to play as a partner with other people, we simply run the risk of this situation spiraling out of control. We are putting the resources behind it, but if nothing else, Minister, we have to recognize that a partnership is what is required. And those partners know who they are. They're the parents, they're the uncles, they're the aunts. But it's also the gentleman who is at the bus stop, who can have a word with somebody else. A curious thing happened some months ago. There was a call-in program. I'm going to be very careful how I speak on this issue, but there was a call-in program that one caller called in to say that a teenage boy had been asked to take off his mask in a van. An adult asked him to take off his mask in the van, and he refused. Turns out that adult was a police officer who asked the bus driver, if I recall the facts correctly, asked this young man to take off his mask. The young man refused. The police officer then, he was off duty and out of uniform. He then summoned police officers to address the situation of this young man. Now, there have been a number of different views as to who should have done what, who was wrong, and who was right. But I reflect on being a teenage boy. They weren't called ZRs then, they were called pickups. I reflect on being a teenage boy in a pickup. And I know that had an adult asked me to do something, what my response would have been. Had the driver asked me to do something, a similar response would have been demanded. Had a policeman asked me to do something, well, Lord knows, okay? But we had a society that tied up the calling program for 2 days trying to work out who right and who wrong. the police was wrong, this body was wrong. And you know, where are the fundamentals? How does a 15-year-old boy take such a defense position that when you discover it's actually a policeman, you still don't oblige with the legitimate request?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I really appreciated that response. I would be glad to hear more about the regional cooperation as well. So if you get a chance on another occasion, I'd be glad to hear what we're doing, because I really believe it is one of the things that we have to do if we're going to deal with this. My second question then relates to the other half of this situation, that we have to have an ecosystem that is working together, the whole of government approach as you have described it, and everybody has to play a part, not to be pointing and criticizing, but what can I do? The issue of volunteering is going to be important. We need people in the Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides. We need people to get back out and help us shape the society that we want Barbados to be. On the other side of that is the issue of rebuilding trust within our society, because at the same time that we've had the deterioration in the social fabric, the behavior of some of our young people and some of our older people too, while you've had that deterioration, at the same time there has been a loss of trust in the legal system, a loss of trust in politicians and government officials, a loss of trust in a lot of the institutions that are important for keeping the society functioning. And when that happens, it really allows and emboldens those who do not wish to conform. They use that as the reason why they do not conform to the very legitimate requirements of living in a society. So my question is, what are some of the things that you feel we need to do to be able to rebuild trust in our legal system, trust in our police, what is happening in relation to accountability, that when something goes wrong within the system, how can the citizens be sure that we are dealing with it in a fair and upright way? And then one that is of concern to me, because I know the continuing degradation within a society will eventually lead to a situation where police can come under physical attack, and they can also become targets where they can be enticed to either look the other way or get involved in corruption, etc. And these things are of concern to me. So my question, how are we going to rebuild the trust, and what are the systems that are being put in place to ensure the accountability within the system so that citizens can again feel that they can fully trust their legal system and their police system as an important part of keeping our society whole?
Thank you, Minister. And I propose to allow the Commissioner to weigh in on this, but if I can just offer a few precatory remarks. The notion of a society being able to function where there's no confidence in the police service is just not one that we could countenance. Law enforcement has to be trusted. And if you just follow some of the developments in the US in particular, where you have very highly publicized incidences of what could be described as wrongdoing by the police, and you look at the reaction of the police, of the populace, you can begin to sense the kind of instability that could take place. And those are cities with millions of people. Imagine little Barbados. So there's no doubt logically, anecdotally, however you want to whatever, through whatever eyes you want to look at it, there's no doubt that trust and confidence in law enforcement is vital if they're going to be able to get their work done. And you know, we set up, when we were last in government, I had the privilege of being the Attorney General at that time, the Police Complaints Authority. Because at that point, the only body that you could complain to about the police was the police. And we recognize that's not a system that engenders confidence. And therefore, we needed to put an independent body in place to be able to do it. That legislation was passed, the body was set up. Its first chairman, I remember well, was Mr. Justice, retired Leroy Innes, who did a wonderful job. The work of that very small body should be lauded. We are going to be reviewing its legislation very shortly because we believe that there are some added things, some added powers that they need to have. But I do think that particular body has been doing a very good job. They get a large number of reports, and everybody is not going to be satisfied with the outcome. But I understand that sometimes people only really want to have a hearing, to have a feeling that there's an opportunity to vent. And sometimes you just want to hear somebody say, I'm sorry. So that body has been one of the agencies, has been one of the methods that we use to try to reinforce the confidence in the police service, because people have an understanding that there's an avenue that they can approach to redress any challenges. The other one is, that I'd like to mention, is technology-based. We've seen how body cameras have been important in establishing the truth of what happened. Often when complaints are made against the police service for things, let us say the police bust into a place, you will often get conflicting versions of what happened. And I remember being awakened one morning about something that happened in in Nelson Street. And the version of the people who were in the bar was completely different to the version of the police officers who were the ones who went and did the exercise. And it happens all the time. The wearing by police officers of body cameras helps to solve that particular problem, because we are not anymore relying on what somebody said. We have real-time video footage of exactly what happened, and in many instances we will have footage from multiple angles, which help to establish the truth. Because the point about the truth is it doesn't belong to any one person. Often people hear that this is what happened and they get riled up too. Because all we in this together. And sometimes they even say, I see it, man. They didn't even see nothing. But the point is that when you have video footage and audio, you don't call that footage, right? When you have an audio file of exactly what happened, then it makes it harder for untruths to get ahead. Whether that untruth comes from the mouth of the police or whether it comes from the mouth of the civilian. The point is, our only interest is in establishing what actually happened so that an impartial judgment can be made. So I hope you understand what I'm saying. One of the confidence building measures that we have employed is by equipping the police service with several hundred body cams, so that as they go and do their operations, footage will be captured of what they did, right or wrong, so that if a complaint is sustainable, then the person who makes the complaint can be satisfied that there's an impartial, accurate record of what happened. And if the complaint is unsustainable, then they'll be able to say, well, we'll be able to say, well, this is the video footage that we have of what happened, and we therefore don't find this officer responsible. It allows for speedy resolution, it allows for accurate resolution, and that is a very important confidence building measure. If I can ask, with your leave, Mr. Chairman, the Commissioner, to respond to this issue of building confidence building and maintaining confidence in the police service.
My name is Richard Boyce, Commissioner of Police. Now, the whole aspect of building trust in the organization, first let me say, when the police service operates in a participative society, and we know full well that persons need look for justice when any wrongs have been committed. Now, in terms of how we build that trust, when persons make complaints to us, when persons feel offended or their rights have been trampled. And one of the ways that we can address that is make sure that persons, when they make complaints to us, they're dealt with in a swift manner. Persons are told and informed on a regular basis of what is happening, how things are progressing. I think persons become frustrated when reports of uncivilized behavior or whatever the complaint is to an entity such as the police service. And days or probably months go by and there's no response, no updates. It seems to fracture the type of engagement which they have with the police, and also the trust of the police also between that citizen and the police. That is one area that we can address to really bring that trust back up to the level that we want it to be. Now, one of our core values is the whole aspect of integrity. When persons interact with the police, make complaints to the police or make reports, we expect that those reports will be handled in such a way that they can see that justice is being done. Restorative justice, whatever justice they're looking for. And we go down that road and make sure that we do everything within our power to be transparent, and persons can see, well, there's no cover-up, everything is in the open. So when persons see that that is the way that the force is operating, then that would bring the type of confidence in the police, not only to that person, but other persons who are looking on in society will say, well, if I am wrong by the police, or if I do something, or if the police do something to me, which I believe is unjustified, that it will be handled in a quick way, and necessary steps will be taken to make sure that the person who have created that infraction is being disciplined. And discipline is one of the hallmarks of the organization also. When these reports are made to us, persons who are well trained to investigate these matters, and if the complaint is proved to be correct, then that complaint is followed through also. That is a trial to be heard, and a decision is to be made one way or the other. The person also is told exactly what is the outcome of the case, and that does a lot to the confidence of persons in the police service. That there are these safeguards in place to make sure that when things are reported, even to the police complaints department, those things are actioned in a timely fashion. So there are systems in place to make sure that citizens can feel satisfied that these things are happening, and that would push the organization forward and also maintain that level of support from members of the public where trust is concerned.
Thank you, Commissioner. If you could just touch on the other part of the question as well for me, because my concern too is about the safety of officers, because with a more hostile environment, increasing hostility, it puts that police officer at risk. We live in a small community, people get to know where you live. And I wanted to know, because I know that you've been doing a lot in terms of equipment, what is being put in place to be able to protect them as they go about this job in terms of your bulletproof vest, your body armor, you know, the weapons they have and the training that you give them in order to be safe.
Sure, in terms of safety of police officers, as mentioned by the Attorney General, we are living in interesting times, in the sense that persons are making the job more difficult for the police to make it, put it simply. And because of the access of certain weapons, people access to weapons is a threat to our safety. Weapons, whether it is firearm, whether it is knives, whatever it is, we are conscious of those things. And because we realize what types of weapons people are using, we have achieved or obtained a number of well-made or accredited body wear to protect our officers from certain caliber of bullets, which are out there now. So the vests, bulletproof vests that we have now, they are recommended by the accredited persons that these are the type of vests that we should be carrying. And we only 2 weeks, in fact, last week, we received 50 of those vests for officers. And we have another 50 on order, and we will move away from all of the vests which we have for the past 3 years. And those vests now will come in handy, so our officers will feel more secure when they go out there and what they're going to face if they come into a firing line or whatever. So yes, we have the equipment coming on board now, and persons already are embracing them and they're utilizing them, especially those officers who operate at the tip of the spear out there in the fields. So those things are in place. We also changing out a lot of our equipment, bring more into contemporary times in terms of whether it's a taser guns or whatever it is. We have those things coming on board now, coming on stock. So yes, we are forward thinking in terms of how best we protect our officers, and it's working quite well. So in the start of the next financial year, I should say, we're going to have a number of equipment at our disposal whereby our officers can feel safe and satisfied that if they come up against whatever it is, they feel well satisfied and settled in mind that they can repel any attack and feel comfortable that they're being protected.
I'm very pleased to hear that, and I don't regret the monies our ministry would have had to give up to allow you to get some more money to be able to make sure that our officers are safe, because if they don't feel safe, they're not going to do the job, and it is a tough one. My last question has to do with community policing. Yesterday, I was in a conversation with other citizens, and the issue of community policing came up. What was amazing was how, for them, this was how they had interacted with police. And they had wonderful things to say about that program. I myself have seen it in action, where you chose persons suited for that type of engagement. And they made a big difference in a lot of communities. They really did. Because they were present, young people and children had the opportunity to engage them. Some of them performed the role of father, protector. There was one police officer who would even take his money and purchase fish for children that they could have that for supper when they went home. That was how engaged those police officers were. And I want to congratulate you on that program when it was running. My disappointment is that we were not able to maintain it. I truly believe that the program that the Honourable Member for the city, what he's going to put in place is going to be important. I'm just wondering if there are any plans to include community policing to help rebuild that positive relationship between the police and the citizens. Please, I really hope you have some money for that. If you don't do it this year, please promise me next year.
Thank you, Chair. I can assure you that the last estimates or discussion, we've had funds set aside to boost the whole rollout of community policing. And that is a biggie in the year going forward. And already we have identified some persons to form community officers, that group of persons to go into various districts. For one, we'll be looking at Oxnard's, Haynesville area, looking at Silver Hill, a number of districts we already identified, and persons will be going in those districts, meeting with persons, forming that bonding association, and also directing them along a particular path whereby they can have positive lifestyles and even get some of those same persons coming into the organization. So it is something that I have main players who are currently in the program leading in that area, and they're well advanced of having this rollout. So yes, you asked, that is there, it is there, I can assure you, and no doubt things are looking very, very good going forward.
Thank you very much for that, and I just want to offer my congratulations to the force on the appointment of the two ladies in the north. I was very impressed with them, and I wish them all the best in their endeavors to help work to bring peace and security to Barbados. So please pass on my congratulations to both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James South. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of, well, no, actually, 3 questions. The first one has to do with morale in the Barbados Police Service. So let me just indicate the context within which I am asking the question. Police officers do a job that I would not do. That kind of danger constantly is not for me. I've also had the experience of losing a schoolmate who's a police officer, went to secondary school with me, right through school. Many years ago, trying to apprehend a person, I think in the Passage Road area, Marlon Marville. Some may remember the name. And then I had another more recent, really heart-wrenching scenario where my friend and neighbor, Newton Lewis, lost his life. And actually I had to, well, one of the bullets went through the home of my parents. Now, it is in that context and interacting with police officers pretty frequently where I recognize that beside the training and the provision of equipment, there is need for persons who are in those kinds of stressful situations and dangerous situations to have more than the training and the equipment. And the question I have is, what is the Barbados Police Service either doing or contemplating with respect to preparing officers for the challenges that they face and then working with them while they're facing these challenges to ensure that they are capable, not just physically and through equipment, but mentally to handle these situations. There are persons who, police officers don't do a lot of talking because we understand there's national security, but I know that there are persons out there, particularly those, the increasing number of persons who are concerned about mental wellness, who are concerned that maybe not all of those who have to face this kind of danger are prepared, but also on a continuing basis in a position to be able to face it. So that is the essence of my first question, if I haven't confused everybody.
Thank you, Member for St. Peter. I'd like to ask the Commissioner if he would weigh in by way of response.
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is the police service, they have a program in place, a wellness program in place to address these issues, no doubt, being the type of work that we are involved in. The whole aspects of the risks involved in the drug, the trauma which is involved in the job, and other things that can happen, incidents that can happen, that can make life much more difficult for police officers, both physically and mentally. And because of that, we have social programs such as interaction with network services, also with counselors who, outside of that, counselors who we can call anytime, day or night, to bring them on board. Because we find that when persons are exposed to these unfortunate situations, we find that any breakage, length in time before the interventioner comes on board is a problem for us. So we have a 24-hour program for these persons when they are traumatized. Now, you mentioned two well-publicized incidents involving deaths of police officers. And when such incidents occur, it affects not only the organization, but you're looking at the multiplying factors. That is the families, friends, and society in general. So the impact is tremendous for us and for society when these things happen. So we have the churches on board also where that is concerned, to maintain the morale of the force, because irrespective of what happened, the show must go on. And taking the show on means that the persons who remain must be in the frame of mind also to perform and perform at the highest point, highest quality, because the highest quality police service is not what we aspired for. So that is something that is pushed over and over. And when we have that type of energy in the organization, you find that it is contagious. So persons who may be lacking in one area, whether depression or lethargic or whatever, we find that the energy of the persons who recover from these situations, because some persons will recover more quickly than other persons. So it is the involvement, the energy of the persons who are stronger will always be around to help other persons come along. So it is that type of bonding, that type of expression of sympathy, that social awareness that we have in the organization is a big factor for keeping the morale, the spirits high in the organization. It is working, and we make sure that the persons who deliver that type of training, that type of intervention for us are always contacted, and feedback from them also plays a major part for us, because when our members attend sessions with those persons, we get the feedback for them, from those persons. So we know anything coming up in the future, we know what to do. Certain things are triggered whereby the morale will be maintained and things will flow as we would like them to flow.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to understand the seriousness with which the service takes that kind of preparation. I used to think before I became an adult, when you look at police officers, that they were big, strong, and that nothing could faze them. And then you become an adult and you speak to other adults and you realize that they are human beings. It was kind of surprising at first. Didn't realize that they were human beings like the rest of us. But I'm happy for the...
Honourable member, before you go on, I'm hearing a cell phone. Please put your cell phones on silent. Please, thank you. Honourable member, proceed.
Yeah, thank you very much. The second question I have has to do with crime prevention. And I applaud the efforts being made so far in this matter. There is sometimes, and I'm not saying this because of any knowledge of where the minister, the Attorney General is going, where they are going with the program, but there is sometimes the feeling, particularly from those in rural constituencies and parishes like the one I represent, St. Peter, that the focus is on what could be considered hot spots. And the concern that persons in rural communities have is that a focus on hot spots that may not be in rural areas sometimes could cause persons who are defiant to migrate to rural areas. And I hear from constituents that from time to time they get the feeling that we might be opening ourselves up to activity that is not known to be part of the fabric of rural communities. And so the question is, how is the ministry intending to address those known areas or areas that may be known or called, referred to as hot spots, while not neglecting rural areas so that we don't end up transferring challenges? I just want to know what is in the mind of those who lead in that area.
Mr. Chairman, I propose to ask the Commissioner to weigh in on this, but I would begin by saying that some years ago I felt that my own constituency, St. Joseph, was the kind of area that you were just describing, largely idyllic, without any challenges. And then, member for St. Peter, we began to have challenges. And I reminded myself that a firearm is only a bus ride away from Horse Hill. And, you know, our reality is that Barbados is a small country, and there's always somebody who is related to somebody who lives in Tree Hill, or Horse Hill, or Gun Hill, or someplace like that, that might represent a source of tranquility for a person in a hot spot or a person running from a hot spot. I want to say that I do believe, and I let the Commissioner elaborate, that Barbados is fully policed, it is adequately policed, and as an MP for a rural constituency like yourself, I am very concerned to make sure that rural Barbados receives its fair share of the policing cake. But our reality is that we have limited resources, and we have to apply those resources to where often the need is greatest. We have put a lot of attention into mapping crime, so that we know exactly where these hotspots are and who are associated with these hotspots. And while I feel your angst, I would like to assure you as a colleague minister that in no circumstance will I ever accept that St. Peter or St. Lucie or St. Joseph or any other rural part of Barbados will fall short in terms of how we are adequately policed. There are some numbers that we have to look at. So for example, as part of the police analysis, in terms of the allocation of resources, they know exactly how many people they have to police in St. Andrew. I think, Commissioner, the latest number would have been in the parish of St. Andrew, no, not the constituency of St. Andrew, would have been just over 6,000. And we know the number for St. Joseph. But when we look at the statistics for St. Michael, for example, we know that St. Michael polices, the policing of St. Michael requires the policing of, in the region of 88. Yeah, the most densely populated parish, St. Michael, 88,000, Christchurch, 54,000, St. Philip, 30,000. This document goes on to say the parishes of St. Andrew, 5,139, St. Joseph, 6,600, St. John, 8,963, St. Lucie, 9,700, St. Peter, a little bit more, 11,000. So those are the kinds of analysis that we have to go into when we are looking at how we allocate police resources. So we look at the numbers, but you also then look at what kind of criminal activity you've been seeing, what kind of risk there is, and so on. But those are just... Who's that? I'd like to hand over to the Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question which was raised by Minister Jordan is one which I can sympathize with him. First, let me say, yes, we know what can happen if all of our resources are targeted to the hotspots area. But I must say to the Minister that we are also thankful for the cold spots. And St. Peter is one which is somewhat cold when it comes to crime. When it comes to crime. So you're one of the person that should be standing and saying hallelujah. Nevertheless, I want to assure everyone that yes, we have our evidence to show where we should target the majority of our resources. And there are certain locations that we know that we must pay 24 hours attention to. And that is what we focus on in a big way. We know that when we do such an intervention in these areas, what can occur is what we call displacement of the criminals. And they migrate from one location to another location. Sometimes, yes, since our work is evidence-based, we know exactly what will happen, where this person will go. And yes, some run to the north, but we have persons, what we call fielding in slips, like a cricket team. You place a fielder in a particular location because we know exactly where that person will go to. So we have improved our system of policing when it comes to looking at these hotspots. And we have persons, no, we don't operate in a vacuum. We let each division know exactly what we are doing and what we expect. Because we have to read the minds of these persons that we're going after. So we alert persons who are working at whatever location it is, look out for A, B, C. We expect this to happen and things like that. So we not only focus on the hotspot, we also, as I mentioned, cold spots also are taken into consideration. So we plan for all of these eventualities. Obviously, some person might slip through, but in time, we cover down that concern. Now, in terms of that part of the country, which was mentioned by the minister, there are one or two areas, yes, which are known to us, that we also have to pay attention to. And we know how persons can migrate from one spot to another spot, something form relationships. So if a person is living in a particular parish and he becomes friendly with someone, and vice versa, that person will go in that area, and all of a sudden you find that we're having crimes being committed in a particular location. And when we do our checking, we find out that this person who was living in one parish is now living in another parish. And then we find out, by that time the person probably commit 5 or probably 10 offenses. So those are things that happen, and yes, when it happens like that, it takes a little time, so people might see a little rise in probably house breaking or burglary, as we term them. These things could happen, but we are conscious of it, and we are doing those things to let persons know. Another thing, we look to technology, whether it's media or whatever, we make sure that we alert persons when persons who are wanted. And when persons see these pictures of persons' facial shots, and whatever parish you live in or wherever vicinity it is, people can on the lookout, see this person, and again, notify the police when these persons, virtual strangers, come through their districts. The police are informed. So yes, we are mindful of what the minister is seeing, and we can assure him that we have our eyes on those things also, and I can assure him again that we would put everything in place to make sure that those persons do not cause havoc in those areas such as the north or wherever it is. So that is it.
Thank you very much, and long may my cold spot continue to be cold. The final question I have, Mr. Chair, relates to the Solicitor General's chambers. In the public service, there is a particular feeling about how matters move through the SG's chambers, and I'm being deliberately cautious and careful in framing the question. I want to be productive in the question, and so what I want to find out is if there are any plans or measures that may already be put in place to cause public officers to change their view about matters that go to the Solicitor General's chambers where there is to be a response to a ministry or a department or an agency.
Thank you very much, Member for St. Peter. I will, of course, allow the Solicitor General acting to add to my response. But I'd like to begin by acknowledging that delay has come to characterize the work product of the Solicitor General's chambers. For the benefit of the public, and I hope you don't mind, but for the benefit of the public, The government has its own in-house lawyers, its own in-house legal team. There's a Solicitor General, three deputies, and then a number of other junior lawyers under them, and the total complement is just 20 attorneys at law. Let's begin by acknowledging that the legal requirements of any government is bound to be complex. One day, those lawyers may be dealing with international treaties and international obligations. Another day, they're dealing with a claim for breach of contract. Another day, they're dealing with advice to ministry on something or another. 20 lawyers to be the central legal team for government is a stretch. Now, I'm not here asking for more. I wish I could get more. But I just want to make the point that when you look across the entire panoply of government relationships and services, and I will admit that SOEs often have one or two lawyers attached to them, yes. So we know that the Ministry of the Blue Economy has a specialist maritime lawyer attached to it, and that's a wonderful thing. But you know what? Until they had that specialist maritime lawyer attached to them 4 or 5 years ago, all of those matters had to come to the SG chambers, which did not have a specialist maritime lawyer, and it therefore meant that whichever lawyer's desk it landed on, they had to morph from being whatever they were the day before, a personal injury lawyer, into a specialist maritime field, which requires a very steep learning curve. I'm not here to make excuses, but I just want to establish what the context is. So therefore, to give us 20 lawyers and say to us that we have to deal with just about all of the legal issues that arise in a complex government, and at perhaps the most complex of times, is a stretch. So that's the first thing. But I accept that there are delays. The chambers has divided itself, well, has been divided into the advisory section, and then there's the litigation section. But if we take half of those lawyers and put them in litigation, well, I think divided into 3: contracts, advisory, litigation. I'll let the Solicitor General explain. But if we divide those bodies into 3, you will then see how many lawyers you have when all of government, central government, wants contracts done. All of government wants opinions. And there are some practices that we have to change as well, because there are departments that are staffed with senior lawyers, but when they have a problem, they say, let me get an opinion from the SG chambers. For lawyers who may not be as senior as they are, to research and write legal opinion. So we're trying to correct some of these inefficiencies. And one of the inefficiencies that we're trying hard to correct, sir, has to do with the level of training that our lawyers have. And the Solicitor General is working on putting together a number of training sessions in the current financial year. In the current financial year, the first one will probably start in another week or 2, to intensify the training that the lawyers in chambers has. But there are some defects that we have to recognize. One of the weaknesses of the civil service member for St. Peter, and that includes our lawyers, is the ability to get moved at a moment's notice. So we have some of our finest lawyers working on a contract for your ministry, perhaps. But at close of business today, they get a call, you serving as the magistrate for District F from tomorrow. And they report to District F. And they're at District F for 3 months. Now, they may already have reached a certain way in examining your ministry's particular issue, but they've been moved. So you now have to take someone and put them back to square one. There are numerous inefficiencies about how government works that plague us. I'd be the first to say that while I want to see our lawyers moved and have opportunities to get new skills and for promotion and so on, the way in which we do it does not redound to the benefit of the public service in terms of our ability to do service delivery. So there are some realities that we have to face. I deeply apologize, but you know, we do the best we can with what we have. But let me ask the SG acting to add to my response.
Thank you, AG. Thank you, Honourable Minister. My name is Anika Jackson. I am the Acting Solicitor General. The question is really in relation to delays, and in particular, in relation, from what I understand, to the ministries and responses to the ministries. Now, as the AG has said, it is undeniable that there are delays in the system. We are understaffed, under-resourced. We're not making any excuses. We are divided into 3 sections, as the AG just said: advisory, contracts and international law, and litigation. That means that basically we have 6 persons per section, including the head of section. Now, I must say that in recent times, the delays in this regard have been significantly reduced. Almost every request received by chambers is deemed urgent, and we treat same with the necessary urgency as far as possible. There is noted improvement even in relation to answering and returning phone calls. It may seem like something small, but it is quite significant, as well as correspondence, including emails. It is noteworthy, and I think this will interest everyone present, that we now also welcome the submission of requests electronically in the interest of time. I must, however, point out that a major contributor to the delays is the continued submission of requests at the very last minute, only when they have, most of the time, only when they have become urgent. When we look at the information, a lot of times we are getting requests that are based on cabinet decisions that were made months prior to the requests being made of us, which are now urgent. This is often compounded by a lack of detailed instructions and background information, so that again contributes to the delays. The ministries and departments, we're asking again and again, must submit adequate and clear information, example, policy decisions regarding the matters which we are asked to address. We also need our clients at the ministries and departments to help us help them. The performance indicators, I think, they're relevant here. The number of new court matters has reduced significantly over the last year from 116 to 77. However, the number of incoming files from ministries, and that's incoming files, note that I said that we do receive a lot of work now electronically, via email. But the number of incoming files from ministry has increased from 399 to 432 over the last year. In speaking about delays, I also think that we should speak about backlog, because again, it is undeniable that we have quite a bit of backlog. It is actively being worked on. We have embarked on a backlog project to clear and settle all long-standing personal injury matters. It must, however, be understood, again, that there are a number of attendant factors. In a lot of the cases, unreasonable, highly inflated, quantified claims submitted by private counsel. In the majority of cases, that is what happens. There is a resistance of reasonable counter offers made by the state. Delays in getting background information from our clients. That's the ministries and departments. And this is to facilitate reviews of claims. Movement of officers in chambers, as the AG just spoke to, resulting in files changing hands or remaining stagnant, acting assignments, leave of absence, secondments. The volume of files that chambers contends with daily, we receive, I would say, approximately 10 new matters, ranging from advisory to contracts to litigation. All, as I said matters are usually urgent. As we have pointed out before, we are understaffed, we have been understaffed and under-resourced. And I must also point out that misplaced files is also a common problem. The way forward, I think, is what you really would like to hear. We are looking at fast tracking, and we have started fast tracking all matters, especially those that have quite some vintage. Settling matters that are stagnant in court where possible. Proper case management and prioritizing through the introduction of a case management system, file tracking system. Earlier opinions on liability and concessions where necessary. Training sessions, as just spoken to by the AG, with the ministries and departments, well, also including training sessions with the ministries and departments that we serve to further sensitize to the importance, or on the importance, in relation to the importance of timely submission of pertinent information. There is also currently ongoing a robust and largely successful public trustee backlog project, whereby all files are being reviewed and letters being sent to the applicants to determine whether or not they're interested in proceeding. And of course, affirmative responses result in the process being restarted. And in the negative, responses in the negative would result in files being closed. A number of dormant files have been closed as a result of this process, and a comparable number of matters have recommenced and have, in many cases, been concluded. Staffing, as we spoke about before, Chambers aims to be exactly what it ought to be, and I'm very serious about this. Sorry, I could go on and on, Chair.
You have 20 seconds to wrap up your response.
I will.
I'm sure there will be other opportunities during the session for you to elaborate some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say that Chambers is aiming to be a first-class legal firm with the most highly motivated and competent staff. This is one of our #1 priorities, and once given the opportunity, I will speak a little bit more on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Happy to hear about the training, and I think that will help in a significant way. The same challenge that you have and that the AG identified, where persons are transferred so that they can get additional exposure, will also mean that the training will need to be ongoing, because those you train in one place may then move on to somewhere else. The follow-up question, Mr. Chair, if I may ask, I know the economists, there is a proposal, which I think has already been approved by Cabinet, to create an economic service where the economists in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, for example, have the opportunity to call on the resources of the economists who may be in other places, not in the ministry responsible for economic affairs. And I'm just asking if, as a follow-up to the question, if something like this could work, any possibility of something like this working, since there are legal persons, attorneys at law, across the public service, I'm not sure if they're all fully engaged, but if they could add any resource to the SG's chambers, or if that would be more problem than than solution.
Thank you, MP for St. Peter. The possibility of bringing all of the attorneys across the public service under a single umbrella does have its attractiveness. And I think that there are significant benefits that can be derived from it. The Solicitor General and I have already begun to look to see how we can make that happen. There are, for example, attorneys at law in the Ministry of Housing, but you have to remember that there was a reason why they were decentralized in the first place. So you had everybody was in the Ministry of the OAG, whatever it looked like back then, but then it became sensible to decentralize so that ministries didn't have to come to OAG but had their own dedicated attorneys. In fact, you might be the first to say that you will be happy to have one or two in the Ministry of Labor. The advantage of that, of course, is that you would be working in a dedicated area for an extended period of time and would develop expertise which is specific to that area. That is a good and a bad thing. But even though decentralization is good, I feel it is important for us to have the same training level and, as much as possible, the same kind of expertise across as many of our attorneys as possible. We are looking at it. We've already had meetings. We are beginning to see how it could function. There are some possible hiccups because, for example, there are some, the registrar of companies, for example, has a specialized role. And to bring that attorney into a reporting system that bears little or no relationship to what he or she does specifically might simply not make sense. But there are advantages that I believe we can gain from having a hybrid centralized system, and it is one that could well be replicated across the many other professional spheres. We take, for example, a lawyer who is moved from chambers and goes to work in the Ministry of the Public Works. That lawyer, because of some, I shall use my kindest language, because of some unusual understanding, is not able to work on matters that he or she may have pending at the AG's office. So when they move, they have to wash their hands of whatever they were working on. Now that does not make sense. It is a waste of resources. So by establishing an umbrella under which they could work, we could see that an attorney may move to work in a particular area, but can still continue to have responsibility for certain day-to-day matters. So I think that there are advantages. We've begun to work on it to see how best it can be fleshed out. And if nothing else, we will at least have the opportunity to make sure that the training standards and the skill set for all of the lawyers across the public service remains the same. If we have well-trained lawyers in chambers that move out to other places, they move out as well-trained lawyers, and they can come back as well-trained lawyers. So there are advantages, but we do foresee that there are one or two challenges that might arise, but I think that they're workable. I don't know if the SG wants to add anything to it.
Thank you, AG. Thank you, Honourable Minister. The only thing that I would add is that it is attractive, especially in relation to quality control, consistency, uniformity, and just ensuring that, the work is of a particular standard, apart from just the training aspect. But again, we are working towards it, but it does pose some difficulties in relation to seniority and different specialties. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ministers and officers. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Peter. Honourable Senior Minister and Member for Christchurch West.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this Honourable Chairman be now suspended until 12:40.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 12:40. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chairman is suspended until 12:40 p.m. This sitting is resumed. We return to the Standing Finance Committee.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. AG, in your opening and as well in some of the comments made by Minister in your office, you talked about the interconnectedness of this work that we're trying to do on law and order and crime prevention and justice. And the fact that everything that we do and every opportunity we have to administer justice impacts the other. And I think the specific example you used, for example, was with respect to the delay in civil cases and the fact that it also impacts economic activity in the country. But there are many other interrelations. In this regard, there is also a connection between the administration of justice with respect to family law and what we see in the area of crime and crime prevention. I feel very strongly that that is the case, and I feel very strongly that to the extent that we're able to enable families and how people interact within a family unit, to the extent that we're able to strengthen that or to have an impact on that through the administration of family law, that also has an impact on how people grow up, the values they develop, and whether or not they begin then to act out as a result of their perceived absence of choice and freedom. With respect to the administration of justice and family law, I think that these delays really can hurt families and children. I'm talking in particular about issues related to dissolution of marriage, property settlement, custodial and visitation arrangements with respect to minor children, cash transfers from non-custodial parents to custodial parents, what we would normally call child support, and so on. You already spoke about the issue of delays in response to the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, but in particular, for these issues, I wanted to hear a bit from you about what is being done to address these kinds of delays that can really impact families and children. What is in place in terms of not just the law, but the practice in administering these cases? For example, there was some discussion some time ago about having benchmarks for judges, KPIs, key performance indicators for judges. I don't think judges are above those kinds of measures to be able to say, you need to dispense with a matter within such time, all else being equal. So is there anything in place for these kinds of arrangements?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let me begin by saying that I share your particular concern in relation to how we dispense the law, family law. Family law, one of the I don't know how to describe it, but a famous man once said that income tax is a tax on income. And by parity of reasoning, family law is the law relating to families. Our arrangements, however, have treated family law in the court system in exactly the same way as we have treated everything else. So while the process, I will say, I will concede, is a little bit different, the dispensation of justice in an adversarial way that you will see in a dispute over rights of way, over a breach of contract, over an insurance claim, that adversarial approach has been attendant with family law matters. Now, some will say that, but AG, you're being very naive if you think that family law can be adversarial, because, I mean, when you reach that point, adversarial in the household, so there's no reason to think that all of a sudden when we get into the court system, we will be bound by some fancy rules related to the dance that we do. But the point that I think, and you and I will probably agree on, is that as we dispense justice in the context of the family, we have to recognize that it is more than just the two parties whose names are at the top of the lawsuit. There are more often than not children involved. There are assets to be divided. There are living arrangements that have to be put in place, arrangements in relation to custody, arrangements in relation to access, arrangements in relation to maintenance. And I did do a few family law cases in my younger days. And I must tell you, if you would allow me this personal anecdote, I found it to be the most emotionally draining thing that I could do. If, the member for St. James, North, well, agree with me. If you do an insurance claim, you leave court, and that's the end of that. You come back to that when next the matter comes on for hearing. But there's a very good chance that when you leave court, 2 weeks later, the husband and wife, or a man and woman, in a noise and he ain't paid maintenance, or he won't come and collect the child, and you get dragged in again, and you get dragged in again, and you seem to be on a never-ending roller coaster where people are intent on showering themselves with abuse and viciousness. And the worst thing of all is that instead of the legal system being used to manage the process, the legal system is being used as a bludgeon. The person who is able to get the most out of the court over the other person. We recognized, and if I can avert to what we found, in our court system, we had just 5 high court judges, and those 5 high court judges who were doing civil matters would do anything. So they would do let's say 3 insurance matters, they would do some of this, 2 land matters, and then there might be 8 or 9 family matters tacked on a court list. I think, again, I look at the member for St. James North. It was a buffet. Had a little piece of meat, a little piece of fish, some vegetables, and a whole set of things. Every case you could imagine going before one judge. It made for difficult management of your docket. It made for difficulties in trying to deal with justice. So one of the first things we did was we gave recognition to a family court, which was in the law before, but we asked the then Chief Justice to allocate specific judges to only do family. Now, that had 2 salutary purposes. One, it meant that the judge who was dedicated to only doing family was able to focus on a particular area of law during the course of an extended period of time. Before that, at 9:30, he'd be doing a land matter. And then at 10 o'clock, 2 people coming over a personal accident. And so on, and then maybe around 1 o'clock, he gets to sit down and start to deal with the family matters on the list. That doesn't make sense. So by establishing that we wanted 3 judges to do nothing but family law, we made sure that those 3 judges did that every day and did not have to share their mental space, the emotional space, or their time with all the other matters that came before it. That has begun to help. But there are some inherent difficulties because there are many matters that are pre-existing that are before judges who are not those 3 judges. So let me see if I'm clear. Because any judge could have done anything, the docket of family law matters, the many thousands, will be scattered across several judges. So if a judge is now moved to do purely civil matters, he or she will still have a tail of family matters that they may have started that they need to finish. So they have to come back to that. But that is something that time will work out and allocation of cases. I think that therefore that by allocating specialized judges to specialized family work, it has begun to help the system. They do nothing else. And some of them have begun to get specialized family training in how to deal with family cases. And that is intended to assist. But I have to say that even that, with the best will in the world, that is not going to take us where we need to be. And so we committed in our manifesto of 2018 that we were going to set up a system of dealing with family matters that was going to be more comprehensive. Because when we talk about family law, we tend to think mostly of the High Court, don't we? But the vast majority of family matters are in the Magistrates' Court. And we treat them as being the stepchildren of the system, because the people down there don't pay well-dressed, fancy lawyers. They go to court themselves, and invariably they're fighting over maintenance. $50, $60. And the Magistrates' Court, by its jurisdiction, is never able to delve into the many other factors, the many other things in the relationship that need to be managed. So a frequent cry would be, I am paying the maintenance because she won't let me see my child. Now, the magistrate can't adjudicate on that. That is not within his jurisdiction. And so it's almost like they're trying to beat each other over the head using the system. So we recognize that that's not practical, but equally you can't send everything up to the High Court either, because these people have no financial resources. So we have begun to and I know it sounds funny that we began to look at, we've had studies, we've had proposals. Our big challenge at the moment is one of resources. And we've identified, well, let's talk about what the concept would be. The concept would be that we will have a family court staffed, first of all, by judges. It will have its own registrar. It will have its own social workers attached to the family court. So let me explain again. If you have a family court matter and the judge wants a report done on the living circumstances, let's say, of the father may say he wants access. The mother may say, no, I don't like his circumstances. The court orders a report to be done by that individual, to be done on that individual. That report, ordered from the court, is done by the probation department. Now, the probation department, that's not their day-to-day job. But somehow or another, the system says, well, get a probation officer to come and do this report on a person. A probation officer is a probation officer. They deal with probation, but they get drawn in now to look at a whole completely different set of circumstances to determine if that person should have the child or not. We say that's wrong. We need to have, and then of course, he tacks it on in addition to all the other probation reports he has to do. So we want this specialized court to have its own social workers to do the investigation. It has to have its own counselors, because often the problem does not need a judge to settle it. We want it to have mediators. We're drawing significantly from the experience of Trinidad that has gone this way. We've identified the facility, the physical building, but I regret to say that we do have to do a few more things before we can put this court into motion. What can we do in the meantime? We're training our judges. By having 3 dedicated judges who will do nothing more than family law matters, we feel that will bring benefit to the system. But I have to tell you that we still have a long ways to go. I wish I could promise you that we would have it available in this financial year, but that is very, very definitely not the case. But in terms of our vision, we see a single court facility that will deal with you whether you're rich or poor, whether you come from the Heights or whether you come from the non-Heights. We want to have all of the services within the same place. Right now, if you did not have anybody to keep your child, you couldn't really bring your child to the High Court. You couldn't. There's no place to keep it. Him or her, sorry, you shouldn't say it. There's no place to keep the child. There's no place to keep the child, all right? And if you carry the child to the magistrate, but these are realities, because often these mothers, rarely fathers, these mothers have nobody to take care of that infant while they have to go and deal with the court system. But you can't leave them outside. So part of this new kind of court would actually see what they call a creche, which will be a place where you can safely deposit your child, know that it is being taken care of, that its needs are being attended to, while you go through the grueling process of trying to get what is rightfully yours. The other thing that I would want to mention is how we currently deal with maintenance matters. In the magistrates' court, because of the emphasis on court-martials, when a person has not paid maintenance, the other parent comes to court and says they haven't paid any maintenance. And they have to come back every week to check to see if there's any money there. I've had situations with constituents who say, Mr. Marshall, I do not have the bus fare to go to court to check to see if there's money there. There are instances where they go back repeatedly and there's still no money there. That system is unfair, and it's a problem. And you know, I hated to see when my mother was in a bad mood, because the whole household miserable. But we had a fairly well-ordered household. Can you imagine translating the frustrations of a mother who has nothing to eat for her or her children, to go up to a court for somebody to look at them blankly and say, there's nothing here for you, and you have to turn and go back to face the same circumstances? Now, what kind of household will those children be coming into at the end of the day? Because I think that's where you started, at the interconnectivity between how the court system deals with people and the deleterious effect that it can have on their bringing, which then drives them over to where Mr. Lane now has to stand in the gates. So all of these things are challenges that we have to face. One of the innovative things that I think we're on the cusp of rolling out is being able to put, it's called court pay, where you can actually put money on a card, and you will know if there's any money on the card, so you don't have to suffer that indignity. But equally, you don't have to go and let anybody count out a few dollars and so on for you. But if there's one thing that I think we simply have to reform, is how we deal with the delivery of justice in the family context. And I think I think I can honestly say that it's an area that we've not made as much progress as we need to make. But we're getting there, and I will commit to this chamber and to all of Barbados that is the area that will see our next level of attention.
Thank you very much for that. You know, the thing about these matters is that if a matter comes before the court when a child is 6 years old, and it takes 7 or 10 or 15 years, then if it is a question of custodial or visitation arrangements, the matter is now moot because the child is no longer a child and the family has gone without that experience, and the child has suffered most from being able to have a decision made in its favor. You did not, on this occasion, AG, perhaps because the response was so thorough, get to the question of benchmarks for judges. I think that may have been deliberate, but in my follow-up on the matter, I want to ask, though, about something you already made reference to, but I thought you might expand a bit. One of the reasons for some of these delays, and I've had cause to support the administration of justice in my capacity as an advocate in certain kinds of matters affecting women. And sometimes you hear things like, I don't remember what we said on that occasion. This is from somebody who's presiding. I can't find it in my book. I don't have it in my notes. And I feel like, well, this is the justice system. It certainly should not be depending on your powers of recollection or on whether you picked up the right book before you left home that day. You mentioned some work that is underway, I believe, for better record keeping in the court system, but I thought you might tell us a bit more about that, as well as the rollout of technology in general across the policing and the judicial system. Because, for example, I noticed that officers taking statements, they have excellent penmanship. It seems as if they've had a lot of opportunity to practice it. They take longhand statements. And then I had occasion to ask an officer once, I said to him, so you write that well so that when you go back, the officer transcribing will have no difficulty. And he said, well, I am the officer transcribing. There's no additional resources to do this. We know there's speech-to-text technology, there are all kinds of other things. Can you say a bit about how both in the court system as well as in policing, we are seeking to apply the use of technology to make these matters go more quickly? And if you want to say something about benchmarks for judges on this occasion, you can also do that.
Let me answer the one that is foremost in my mind, the area of technology. Perhaps I will allow my judgment to lead me. I'll focus on the area of technology. But there's no doubt that what used to persist years ago, it can't continue any longer. I think everybody who has an image of a police officer in a court setting will almost invariably have an image of him saying, let me look at my notebook. And I always marveled at the fact, and I write very badly, so it'll take half a page for me to put 2 words. I always wondered at the fact that the notebook always seems so small, and they will get all of these lengthy statements in that little space. And perhaps the penmanship was something that we should have preserved for a younger generation. But our reality is that the delays are not sustainable. Our system of justice will grind to a halt. It will grind to a halt. And if it grinds to a halt, then the entire society will suffer. All the money that we're spending now will go to nothing. And therefore, we have to use technology to enable the faster investigation of crime, the faster preparation of files. We have to use technology to ensure the faster delivery of justice. Now, we've covered off some of it already. I mentioned when I spoke earlier the use of, we're moving away from CAT reporters now to the use of voice to text or voice to script, whatever you want to call it, so that you can conduct your discourse in court easily. The court system has that, I think, fairly far advanced. All of our courts have the capacity to record evidence, but there have also been changes in our rules which require that you no longer come to court as they used to do in the olden days and start to spout your evidence in an oral, in a viva voce way. A lot of what we're doing is taking that kind of stuff out of the equation. But in relation then to the policing, we have included money in this year's budget for software, which will allow for exactly that kind of transcription, so that when interviewing for all major crimes is done in a special interview room. And the Ministry of Finance has agreed to give us the funding. Those interviews are already recorded, but they have agreed to give us the funding so that there's automatic transcription of what is said in those interview rooms, so that it takes the officer out of that equation altogether. But Honourable Member, there are some other common sense things that we are moving towards. When we equipped the force with handheld devices 2 years ago, it was precisely because we did not feel that police needed to be rating everything, let's say, at every scene of crime that they show up at. Rating is a distraction. It doesn't, you're rating while trying to listen, while trying to observe demeanor, while trying to put together a whole set of things, perhaps to determine if a witness is telling you the truth or not. Is this really the right, is this really what happened, and so on. And so when we equipped the police with handhelds, it was precisely because we felt that they should use technology and record exactly what is being said. And it's as simple as that. When you record the evidence as being given, you then come back to the station and it is uploaded to the servers. I'm not technology oriented, so I apologize if I don't have the language quite right, but it is uploaded and securely saved there. Now, the advantage of this is that every scene, every event does not trigger a prosecution. So a percentage of the scenes that a police officer may visit and record evidence may advance a level where you have to do transcripts, but everyone does not. But when we begin from a position where everything has to be written down, then you're taking up an awful lot of police time to document things that may, and I don't want to sound harsh, but that may go nowhere. And that's time that could be more usefully employed. So we've put the money in the estimates for this transcription software so that our interview rooms can have this facility to be able to convert from voice to text seamlessly and immediately. So in relation to the courts, as I said, you should not have a situation where a court will say, I do remember you saying that on the last time, because all of our courts will have that capacity. And I will say that as an advocate myself, it is not every time that you rely on evidence. So it isn't every time that you need to have sworn evidence given by a particular individual, but where that happens, it's all recorded and available for checking. Now, a judge may decide, well, I don't have the transcript, it hasn't been transcribed yet. And he or she may say, well, I do remember you saying so. But the truth is, the best evidence rule is there if the record is there that you can check. In relation to benchmarks for judges, this is
Honourable AG, is that your response? Your response prior, your response that you just finished, that was the follow-up question.
Well, I am lost now, so it may be that you have saved me from having to talk about benchmark from judges. So in which case, I thank you, sir. Next question.
You exhausted your time in response to the question. That was the follow-up question. Yes, so you will now proceed.
But she already gave the follow-up question. So this is my follow-up answer. Mr. Chairman, you preside. I took it to be that the honourable member was asking if I would revisit her query on benchmarks from judges, and that was her follow-up question. And if I took it correctly, my answer would be that if you allow me to proceed, I will answer it.
Proceed.
Thank you very much.
5 minutes.
I'm aware that you have set $115 as the time when we would stop. Let me just say, the question of benchmarks for jurists is a vexed question globally. It has been resisted by members of the judiciary for several reasons. One, the nature of the delivery of justice is not always capable of being measured in the way in which you would normally measure other things. One judge said to me, and this is not a local judge, this is a regional judge, said to me that when he or she when they start a case, they have no way of controlling where it goes. No, that's not necessarily true, because we insist that all judges manage the case and that you know what evidence is going to be given, because you've had discovery, which means that you have prior disclosure of the evidence that is to be used. Often you have witness statements and so on. The difficulty is not so much with how long a trial lasts, because that requires cooperation from several parties. The real benchmark for a judge would be in the delivery of his or her decision. That, in my view, is where the real benchmark would be. Now, that is a difficult thing. That's a difficult thing. But I don't have to rely on the judgment of anybody other than what judges themselves have said. In many appellate decisions going to the CCJ, appellate decisions from the Privy Council, those courts have said, they can't rule, but they have said that the average decision of a court should be available within a matter of 4 to 6 weeks. And that only in the most complex of cases should it go as long as 6 months. Now, I have to tell you that unfortunately is something that in our system, the judges, I regret to say, some judges, I regret to say, fall far from. We have instances where judgments are outstanding for years. And I don't necessarily mean 2 or 3. Now, that would be the exception rather than the rule, but it is fair to say that we have a persistent problem of judges, some judges, delaying in the delivery of their decisions. We recognize that this was a problem before we came to government, and when we came to government, we passed an amendment to the Constitution, you might recall, which addressed the issue of delay by saying that a delay of 6 months or more in delivering a decision is capable of being seen as misconduct. But then if a delay happens in over 6 months, then that could trigger a process. But the system doesn't trigger the process. There's nothing in a file which says 6 months gone, a report is automatically sent to the Prime Minister or to the Governor General. You end up relying on affected individuals, maybe the bar, maybe the lawyers, maybe the claimants to come forward and to complain. I can tell you that I've had meetings with the Bar Association, and I suppose I may be unpopular for saying this, but I genuinely felt that there were some instances where the bar ought to raise complaints against persistently delaying members of the judiciary. And the response that was given to me unofficially was that nobody wants to bell this particular cat, because if you complain to the president, well, the Governor General at the time, or the Prime Minister, you feel that that there are going to be recriminations, if not from the same judge, from other judges. And so I can only tell you if you look through the window, what you will see. You will see a number of judges with persistently delayed decisions. You will see no reports made to the office of the Prime Minister or to the President. Now, the fact is that we have the separation of powers, and the Prime Minister, neither the Prime Minister nor the President is able to peep into the judicial system and say, hey, you got judgments outstanding, I'm reporting you. It doesn't work that way. It simply does not work that way. But when you look through the window and you see delayed decisions, and then you see that none of the parties have lodged the complaints, or none of the lawyers have lodged the complaint, then I think you begin to understand what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a reluctance to hold people to account, because nobody wants to stand up and say, I am bold enough to lodge a complaint against Judge X or Judge Y. And from the stern look on the chairman's face, I think he's holding me to a particular benchmark that I dare not exceed.
Thank you, Honourable AG. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker, and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker, and ask for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:30 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended until 2:30 p.m. All of our members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended until 2:30 p.m.
This House is in standing Finance Committee. Honourable Member for St. Michael, South Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. AG, I wanted to ask you about the policy and practice with respect to the expungement of criminal records. I think several members in this chamber are asked about it very often. I think that there's space to establish some clarity on how does this work, when does it apply, what is the procedure, what it is and what it is not. Because I do feel that there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance of knowing, of understanding when one should be aware of a person's record and when perhaps one should use it as a tool to be able to establish new opportunities for people or give people a second chance at employment and at being, at contributing to society and making sure that they are not at a disadvantage. I also think that there is a question, a public question about how this relates to the issue of minor drug offenses, given where the country is going with respect to medicinal cannabis and perhaps later other use cases for cannabis. So can you say a bit about the process when it applies? How do we maintain the balance of giving people new opportunities, but also making sure we have a record of previous behavior that might affect decisions made during the judicial process, and then how it relates to this issue of how we treat with minor offenses related to cannabis?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let me say that I remarked recently in a section of the press that I really felt that Barbadians needed to make greater use of the provisions of the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. This statute was passed in 1997. And since then, it has been an avenue for Barbadians to come forward with a clean slate. And I thank you for the opportunity just to explain briefly to the public what it is. And I'm also able to share some statistics with you so that you can get an idea of how it has been used and we can gauge how it is working. An individual who has been convicted of an offense and has certain kinds of penalties is able to have his or her record expunged. I'll give you the, yeah, thank you. You must, after conviction, serve a rehabilitation period. And that rehabilitation period, in the case of a person who has been sentenced to prison for a term of less than a year, that rehabilitation period is 3 years. So what that means is that 3 years after you've completed your sentence, you are considered to have been rehabilitated for the purposes of this act. So if your sentence is a term not exceeding a year, your rehabilitation period is 3 years. So you serve your year, then you have 3 years of good behavior, and then you're eligible to have that record expunged. If you are sentenced to a term between 1 year and not exceeding 3 years, so between 1 and 3 years, your rehabilitation is longer because obviously the harsher the penalty, then it is presumed, it's reasonable to assume that the offense or the gravity of the offense is greater. So you have a longer rehabilitation period. So if you serve an offense for between 1 year and 3 years, your rehabilitation period within which you must keep your nose clean, as they say, is 5 years. If you are in prison for between 3 years and 7 years, your rehabilitation period, consistent with your more serious offense, is 10 years. If you are not given a custodial sentence, then your rehabilitation period is 1 year. So, depending on the severity of your offense, and the severity of your sentence, then once your rehabilitation period has passed, you can apply to the committee and ask to have your record expunged. Now, many people do believe that you can have your record expunged as a matter of course, no matter what happens after you serve your time. That is not the case. When you apply to have your record expunged, it goes to the committee. You have to submit supporting documentation, reference letters, and so on. Nothing onerous. But the burden is on you to prove that you have been on good behavior. So just because the time passes and you apply, it doesn't mean that you will automatically have your record expunged. The matters are invariably referred to the police, and the police will then do certain background checks. They will see if you're under investigation, for example, for other criminal offenses. So, for example, a person who may have had a 1-year sentence, the rehabilitation period has passed, and they have applied. It goes to the police. The police will check their records and see whether you are under investigation for a murder charge, a gun charge, a rape charge, whatever it is. Your record is not going to get expunged. We've had instances where individuals charged in Barbados served their time and then sought expungement. But we have good relationships with police services in other jurisdictions, and these same individuals were found to have been charged with drug offenses in St. Vincent. So even though within our territory there was nothing during that time in St. Vincent, there were drug charges. So we look at all those things, and then you get your record expunged. Now, I regret that many people are not coming forward, or perhaps I should say not as many people as possible. I can tell you that that's the current one, thank you. I'll find the email. Permit me to give the chamber some statistics. And I'm going to give you some statistics from 2018 through the end of 2022. During that period, we've had 467 persons applying for expungement of records. Of that 467, 273 were approved. Now, that's not bad. 160, however, had to be deferred. Now, the deferral happens for a number of reasons. Deferral happens for a number of reasons. Sometimes people get fined, but don't pay the fine. So you have to satisfy your debt to the state. You must serve your penalty, whether that penalty is in terms of a sentence of imprisonment or in terms of a pecuniary penalty. We can't insist that one man, because he has been sentenced to prison, that he served his time, but you get off with a fine, but you can get an expunged and you haven't paid the fine. So you get deferred for those reasons. You also get deferred because sometimes the documentation isn't complete. So that's not a small number, but in circumstances where they're simply not able to proceed beyond, unless the individual comes back with more complete data, you get deferred. So 160 instances were deferred. Over that period, only 22 were denied. Only 22 were denied, and then there were a few where individuals were, 7 where individuals were ineligible. Now, in relation to cannabis, that's perhaps the easiest one, because when we amended the Drug Abuse Control and Prevention Act just 2 years ago to allow an individual to have in his possession without having to go to court, without having to get a charge sheet to go to court, a non-trafficable amount of cannabis. Non-trafficable amount is less than 14 point something grams. Let's say less than 15 grams. We took that decision, but we also felt that it was the fair thing to do if we are going to put people with small amounts of cannabis on a road to rehabilitation. We felt that we should not persist with a lifelong penalty for those who were convicted under the previous regime. And therefore, that amendment, the amendment to that act, provided that as of the date when that amendment became effective, all persons who were convicted of having minor amounts of cannabis, again, I repeat the amount, less than the 14.5 grams or whatever it was, their record is automatically expunged. So if you have a constituent who was found with a spliff or so, went to court, found guilty, they don't have to apply for an expungement. They don't have to apply for an expungement. By operation of law, under that particular amendment, the Drug Abuse Prevention and Control Act, by operation of law, that record is automatically expunged, and that got rid of thousands and thousands of individuals. But there are still people who come forward and say, we didn't know that you could do this, we didn't know you could do that. And in many instances, Honourable Member, individuals who perhaps for the first time apply for certificates of character to be reminded, I can't say to find out because they would have known, to reminded that they had been convicted back in 1980 or 1990 of an offense, but they want a job on a cruise ship or they want a job on the farm labor program or something. And then they come running to say, well, we want to apply for the expungement of the record, but it takes time. And I regret to say that sometimes we're able to expedite it, other times the individuals lose the opportunity. There is more scope for this committee to do its work, and for those individuals, search your heart. I know some people forget that they get a fine. They forget. I mean, people forget things. I came across a businessman recently who forgot that he had been fined for not complying with his income tax requirements. It happened so long ago he forgot. But now has to get an expungement. So I urge people to come forward and take the benefit of this. But there are some opportunities that we have to, or there are some instances that we have to look at. And we have to dig deep and ask ourselves if this is enough. I recently met a young man who had been charged with manslaughter. And his penalty was greater than the penalty set out in the law. He had served over it was 7, right? Yeah, his time was over 7 years. But you know, the purpose of prison is also to rehabilitate. And rehabilitate, not just in the sense of putting you on a firm footing in the right direction, but also to say that you've paid your debt to society and we think that we should welcome you back with open arms. Regrettably, that individual has turned his life around, has a small business, and is a model citizen and has been a model citizen for over 10 years. But under the law as it stands, we cannot expunge his record. I've had some discussions with the chairwoman of the committee, and I've asked for their recommendations. They've sent me some recommendations for amendment, but I'm going to send them back and ask them to have another look at it, because I think that we have to, while there are always consequences, we must always give ourselves enough flexibility to be able to do justice in a different kind of way.
Yes, Honourable Member, we have given you some flexibility, so just wrap up in 2 seconds. Thank you.
But I will answer your follow-up when you ask me.
My last question has to do with something that you made reference to earlier when you said, in response to another question, I believe it was the member for St. Peter, when you said that Barbados is adequately policed. And I think that by that, you mean generally in terms of the level of effort that it requires to do the regular act, carry out the regular acts that a police force service might need to engage in, that it is adequately policed. But, you know, police are in the business of enforcement of all kinds of things. Often when we think of the police service, we tend to think about major crimes and so on, but the police, as we all know, are in the business of enforcement outside of the commission of criminal acts. So, for example, something that was very topical recently, if an officer from veterinary services has to go and remove an animal for poor treatment in order to gain access to the property or in order to enforce whatever, they will need to have an officer accompany them. There are all kinds of things that we might consider minor, from fender benders to all kinds of things where currently you need to have a member of the police service present and enforcing. Now, given some of the man and woman power considerations of the force, how are you able to prioritize and be able to establish other kinds of resources, kinds of para-policing, individuals who may not have to come through the police service and be police officers, but can help to carry out some of the activities of enforcement that need to be done? And further to that, because this is a particular concern of mine, further to that, how are you ensuring that they've received the adequate training to be able to engage with the public in a responsible way? That's a concern that I have, because a police officer is a police officer. But when there are all these other kinds of para roles, then I get concerned that they do not have the adequate training. And in my experience in Barbados, sometimes you give a person a baton and a whistle, and all of a sudden they feel that they have all the authority in the world. So can you address that for us, please?
Honourable Member, I will, of course, ask the Commissioner to weigh in, but I do want to say make a few general observations. You know, it seems to me that people in Barbados call the police for everything. And as a lawyer, and I look around the chamber and see that there are only two present on the members' benches. You know, because police are there to keep the peace, no matter what it is that happens, no matter what it is that erupts, the police do get called in. So we get called in the instance where somebody wants to have access to a property. There are myriad other occasions when the legislation, many of them old, says that you shall, a member of the Barbados Police, the Royal Barbados Police Force, that then will come and do this and will come and do that. And then, of course, if the neighbor dog barking too loud, call the police. Okay? You have a disagreement over a clothesline, call the police. Somebody like Mark missing, you call the police. And the police very rightly and generously respond. But it is a challenge because there are many instances when the law provides for other remedies. But nobody wants to call a lawyer. Nobody wants to try to follow up on what those remedies are. It is so much easier to call the police because the police is seen as the body who comes in and tries to quell any disturbance. Perhaps it is right that they should do so, but there are many instances, I think, and Commissioner, we will probably need to better educate the public so that they understand that the resources of the police are stretched, and there are some instances when what you need is not to call the police, what you need is to call an attorney because the neighbor is trespassing. A trespass is a civil offense. So that's nothing to do with the police. Now, if you start a fight, then call the police fast. But generally, for a lot of the the disputes and so on that the police will get called in for, it is properly not their purview. We do have special constables who are now to be upgraded to be into the police force. That legislation is just about completed by the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. We committed to that, and that is to happen shortly, so they will transition into police officers. And of course, we have the unsung heroes or island constables who perhaps rose to show their worth during COVID, when at a time when Barbadians were running from each other and so on. They joined with the ranks of the police service to provide that integral support that we needed to help to police Barbados when it came to people complying with COVID directives. I'll let the commissioner go in, but I just wanted to come in now, but I just wanted to make the point that, please, there are other remedies. Don't call the police for everything. Sometimes you do need to, but sometimes you really need to reflect on whether it is the police that you need. And so, Mr. Commissioner, over to you.
Thanks, Chairman. The question is well asked. And from my perspective, the police knows their powers, they know their functions, and one of the functions of the police is to ensure the well-being of society and intervene when it's deemed fit. Now, historically, we're well aware that the various acts give agencies powers to take certain action under the act. And we find that persons are somewhat timid to use those powers which are entrenched in certain laws. And we do not hesitate to assist any agency that calls on the police for help. One of the main reasons why we accede to the requests, because we find that when we don't go and assist, things can get out of hand. So the preventative aspect of it is critical to the whole situation. Now, it's better to go and assist and have things run smoothly, maintain peace, than have to respond to a serious wounding, a murder, or something like that. So sometimes a stitch in time saves nothing. So we have to act on it that way. Yes, and the other aspect of it is prioritization of matters, reports, or whatever. Now, we seek to respond to almost every matter which is reported. John Brown might call the station at 10 o'clock. That report is in. But if at 10 past 10 something more serious comes in, obviously we have to weigh the variables here and say, but this is more serious. We respond to that instead of this one. So that is how we have to operate, look at certain situations and operate to suit.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just by way of very quick follow-up, I wondered if you could say a bit more about the training for the special constables and island constables and these para-policing forces that you may have to make use of. In particular, I think of the AG made reference earlier to different kinds of training that the police themselves will be benefiting from, for example, with respect to intimate partner violence and so on. But acknowledging that your resources are stretched as it is, and that you do, as you say, Commissioner, do try to still respond to every incident or every call, you will from time to time have to make use of or partner with other kinds of agencies or individuals like these special and island constables. Can you give us confidence, in other words, that these individuals receive the level of training that would give Barbadians and those who live here a sense of trust and confidence that they can rely on them almost in a similar way to how they rely on or trust the police force service?
Yes, I can reassure the general public and members of society that the training which is given to members of the Special Constabulary is done at the Regional Police Training Center. The syllabus is well put together. The acts that they function under, these acts are explained to them. They are given scenarios, it's played out. They're taken through the process, arresting, not the charging process, but those types of things that they have to deal with on a day-to-day basis. How the arresting powers on the Trespass Act, those things, all those things, they're thought. But before they actually go out in the field, they are partnered with a trained police officer, taken through the procedures, how to go about it, because some days they have to operate on their own. So we have to make sure that when they're out there, they know exactly how far in the law to go. Additional to that, we also have the support of the Barbados Defense Force, who can also support and boost our resources. So that's another avenue which we rely on to help us through any shortage or constrain us where we are constrained in certain things, not able to have the necessary persons out in the field or responding to any situation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's everything from me. Thanks to the AG and to the ministry for your responses.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, honourable members and the distinguished staff from the Attorney General's office. I want to just be as brief as possible because I consider the queries I want to make perhaps sounding simple, but I believe that they have deep impact on a lot of what we are doing in order for us to upgrade what is happening in the country. I am a strong believer, and I believe many other people of my age group are, that upward social mobility has really impacted a lot on our ways of living, where we would have had persons growing up in our communities. They looked after the neighbors' children when they came home from school, because parents are out in the fields and in people's houses and so working. And they made sure that they were meaningfully engaged. Now we've got the new way of living where the extended family is now dwindling away, and we are now seeing this nuclear family approach coming, where children are left on their own most of the time. And I speak a lot about the latchkey children who go into homes, they do as they please, they're simple, generally nobody to guide them. At the time when we grew up, let me say I grew up, Mr. Chairman, so because you're so much younger, but at the time when I grew up, there were community leaders, godparents, neighbors who looked out for you. The bus driver was one of the strongest role models we had, the postman, and persons of that kind, not to mention the classroom teachers and the community workers. And these changes in our value system have really had a terrible impact on what is happening. And now with the technology, so many of our children are exposed to being on their own. The sites that they go on sometimes are for adults. Parents don't know what they're doing, who their friends are. Some of them are being invited to have all kinds of literature crammed down their stomach as a result. Others into knowing how to commit suicide, how to do all these different things. Pedophiles are in the system. And I believe that if we try to get back to community life, making sure that most of these single-headed households that are generally women in the large numbers, a large percentage, that the community life will help. And so I want to find out what synergies there are with the various institutions within government to be able to get these children, these young people and others going and growing and doing the things that are correct. From the era of that song that came out of one of the Caribbean islands, what the hell the police could do, I have seen so much go wrong with the disrespect that is meted out to law and order, particularly to our police officers. And so I believe that if we get back to community life, where the community development department, our schools, where boys will go to scouts, girls will go to guides and brownies, Christian fellowship and so on. If we get back to that and making an all-embracing community where persons who have skills can help through the church, who through the same teachers, through other people who have got those innate abilities and have had the experience to promote them to that level, to my mind, that will help. So I want to find out what really tight relationships are being planned at this time to be able for us to hold back our communities that we are losing by the minute. Rural communities were different from urban communities. Now what we are seeing permeating in the urban communities is gradually spreading over. Another thing is, when it came to our secondary schools in particular, schools were accommodating for children who lived in the adjoining parishes. So children in St. Thomas would have only gone to secondary school in town because they would have passed what we call the screening test. But those numbers were so small. But the Allen School was a major school for St. Joseph, St. Peter, St. Thomas, sections of St. James, and so on. Now our children are taking buses from St. Lucie, going to St. George Secondary. Some are going from St. Andrew all the way up to St. Philip. And I think that too, because of the guidance that our children require, that is impacting on a lot of what is happening. And they are having wrong role models. They're now looking at the Dan Gorgons. Is that the right name, Mr. Minister? Yeah? Dan Gorgons and all that. Children are being offered gifts to put in their school bags and to take to other people, and they don't even know what the contents are, and they're giving up $50. Or they're driving on the public service vehicles, and they're being told, don't give me the bus fare. When they come back this evening, we can talk. And there are young girls that are being targeted in that way as well. So we've lost a lot of what has helped to promote this society. So my question is, what connections are there with the same community development, youth affairs, substance abuse board, I think that's what they call it, the substance abuse board, schools generally, and so on, in order for us to see how best we can capture those individuals, especially our young children who are exposed to so much and who are now developing manners and misbehaviors that are, I can't call them manners, but misbehavior meted out towards particularly the police, who have been there for so many generations, giving of their service and training and helping young people within the community. So community policing has to be extremely critical if we are to win this war. Don't let me say war either, because war sounds like something that's really very, very negative, although it is, but to win this battle that is taking place within our various institutions, and to be able to help our children and our young parents and others to get a better understanding as to their roles in guiding their children and helping other people's children as well, because it was not one household helping its own, but it was other people and mature persons, both males and females, hand-holding those children and guiding them to be able to do the right thing. I'm not so sure how the Honourable Minister will want, and the ministers, I should say, would want to give us some idea of that, because our moral and spiritual values are just going down the drain, and the high disrespect that we are witnessing towards the constabulary in particular really needs to be addressed with urgency. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'll ask member for the city to respond.
Thank you, AG, and thank you, Honourable Member, for your correct assessment of what's happening in our society. I'm happy to report that within the sub-program that I described at the outset, that we are fully aware of all the elements that you spoke to, and the AG earlier spoke about the mapping of crime. And I'm speaking now to urban and rural, that we do have a geospatial map of crime, and that map speaks to where crime is occurring. Now, what is interesting is that if you look at a geospatial map of where the accusers are from, you will see that it has a broader look than just concentrating on what we are calling hotspots. So what I'm saying to this House is that when you assess the situation of crime in Barbados, this is an all-of-nation approach, because it is an all-of-nation problem. So when you look at who is accused of committing these crimes, you would realize that they are from all over Barbados. You would recognize that they are in all of the schools, that we party together, we learn together, we work together, we shop together. Therefore, we must work on this situation together. So to answer your question, Honourable Member, we are taking a national approach, and as there are some areas with greater what we call heat, or we call hot spots, or we refer to as high-risk areas, this program is committed to ensuring that we have preventative programs throughout the island of Barbados. So the member for St. Peter, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, St. Joseph can rest assured knowing that the programs will touch every corner of this land in the Republic of Barbados. In addition, one of the things that we are doing is we are putting out a national public call shortly, and that is really for two main purposes. One is to highlight to Barbadians that it is time to now stop cursing the darkness, but to contribute by lighting that candle or turning on that LED, solar powered if you may, so that we can move away from the nonsense of every time there is an occurrence, people say, where the AG? Where the police? I want people now to reflect on that mirror image and ask what it is that they can do. So this national database will look at a national database of groups, community actors, agencies within government and outside of government, the same Ministry of Sports, Youth Sports, Community Empowerment, the Community Police, the Ministry of Education, all of who we've met with and is really committed on ensuring that we put a database out there for parents, teachers, guidance counselors, when they see at-risk youth, when they see high-risk individuals, that they have a database that we can now link activities and bring back activities to our community. So it is not just okay now for people to say we want people in the Boy Scouts and the Girl Guides. We are now calling on Barbadians because all of these organizations require mentors, require leaders. So we're asking all of Barbados to come on board and join us as we move forward to make Barbados a safer, more peaceful and civil society.
Thank you, sir. My second question, whether it is in the correct space or not today, is really associated with the salaries of police officers. I do not know that the ministry itself will have that. I know it has to be put in the estimates eventually. But I have witnessed over the years, and I speak with boldness, because I've got so many of my former students who are now police officers, and I regretted that I'm so old that I couldn't join. And I had an interest too, but I would have been engaged in the classroom and did not want to interrupt the service, but that's what I prefer doing. But I know that teachers' salaries are some of the highest in this country, and they deserve it, because it is not an easy task to help to shape and to mold minds. And of course, to work with parents and guardians, who most of them now don't even go to a PTA meeting, and therefore they don't pick up a lot of the information. But the query I want to make is in respect of the high cost of living, as well as the police force not being able to attract those almost 200, I believe, sir, persons to be able to have to carry out. So it says that police officers are overloaded in every respect. And I agree that we do need females there as well, but we need more males to be able to assist in helping to pilot all of those projects, those plans, those programs that will help to keep our communities safer. There's no understanding of police officers who are working 25 and 30 years and taking home a few dollars more than those guys that we have working in the ASH program at the end of the month. And the kind of arduous situations that they have to be exposed to, the dangerous ones. To my mind, adding more funds to their salaries will help to empower them a little more to be able to get on with their lives, and of course to put a little more into it. But if the salaries are so low, it is not going to attract the best of individuals who will want to. And I know, yes, and I agree, the rigidity that should take place in ensuring that the persons who are being identified are upright citizens who will continue to carry on the morals, the values, the respect that is due in an office of that nature. And I want to know what plans there are. Is the police force planning to have some cadets, like the fire service has been doing, so that the young people go in, they get engaged, and at the end of it all, they say, I want to be a fire officer. Is the institution planning that to be able to see how they can attract it, and not only from adults coming in to do it, but children within our secondary schools, starting with them, and that helps them to be able to develop that interest and wanting to become a police, not to be out there putting on handcuffs and beating up people and so on. That's not the image at all, but helping them to understand that they have a responsibility to this country where we can expect to develop the best of citizens who will conform with the law, adhere to everything else that is correct and upright. And that is my second question, sir.
I'd only want to open debating on this one and then hand over to the commissioner. The question of remuneration for members of the police force, police service, has always been a contentious one. You go back some years ago where a former prime minister made a comment which was translated into a slogan for the opposition where they said that he had contended that police weren't special. I'm sure you remember that particular episode. And then a former prime minister promised affordable housing for duty-free cars for police and teachers. And of course that never materialized. We are having challenges recruiting police officers. There's no doubt about it. But policing remains a good career, and we have, as they say, upped the public relations program to try to attract young police officers. Just on Wednesday, I met 2 fine young police officers. Well, they're trainees, and I know that from talking to them, they're very enthusiastic and looking forward to a successful career. Policing today is not what it was 20 years ago. We have police officers who are expected to be engaged in tackling cybercrime. They have to be good at a lot of things that former police of a bygone era don't have to be good at. They have to understand technology. They have to be able to crack a mobile phone and get into it and look for various things on social media. And in many respects, the career of policing is a lot more attractive now in terms of opportunities than it was before. But at the end of the day, people want to be able to pay their bills, they want to be able to pay their mortgages, they want to make their car payments. And so salaries are key. Our reality is that the matter of paying public servants and police officers form a part of that set is one which is not capable of being easily extracted and dealt with on its own. I can say that as part of the overall exercise of salary negotiations that has just concluded with the settlement, a regrading of all of the members of the public service has been promised within a year, and I anticipate that some of that will see some changes in the ranks of the police service. One of the things that have been mandated to consider in an effort to attract officers to the police service would be having individuals coming at a guaranteed higher level, so that somebody who comes in with certain special qualifications may come in at a higher rank than just a constable. So there are a number of things that we have to look at. It would help us greatly, though, if we could immediately make policing a more attractive career than in the past. I've been told that the police service has been losing officers to go to do a number of jobs that ordinarily, to go and do security jobs, for example. And when you dig deep, Sometimes it might be the level of remuneration, but other times it's also the level of sacrifice that's required. I remember for St. Thomas that when we came to government in 2018 and found that gun crime was spiraling out of control, the then commissioner had to call in everybody from vacation. They had to call in everybody, they had to take back everybody's day off. Very few jobs require that level of sacrifice. We've known for a long time that the health profile of the average police officer is worse than the health profile of just about any other segment of the Barbadian society. And you know why? Because they don't get to eat regular meals. They have to work sometimes. When a police officer is on an investigation, he can't say, well, boy, it's 4 o'clock, he gone. Can't say that, Commissioner?
No, you can't say it.
He has to continue until the investigation is at a point where he can leave. And then at 9 o'clock the next morning, he probably has to show up at the High Court to give evidence in the case. So there are a number of things that I would like us to be able to put on the table in due course. And it isn't just a question of salaries. There are other terms and conditions that we have to consider. Now we've given the police gyms and things of that sort to help to improve their health and so on. But we're also going to have, at some point in time, to address the issue of the retirement age. Now that is not a matter perhaps for today, but I remind this Honourable Chamber that members of the Barbados Defence Force will retire if you are below a particular rank at the age of 45. And if you reach the higher echelons, you have to go at 55 and you can possibly get an extension now, I think, to 60. Now, those are special arrangements that have been put in place for the BDF. And the time has come when as a government, we have to look to see what other things we can do to make policing a more attractive career. For my part, as Attorney General, I commit to giving them every possible training opportunity, because if we train them, we don't just train them for the service of the police service, but we train them for the entire community. I have no difficulty with our police officers pursuing tertiary education. They should, becoming accountants and lawyers and so on. These are all skills, becoming computer scientists, these are all skills that the service needs, and we recognize that at some point in time we may lose them. But every trained police officer is one who is a tremendous asset to the service. So I just want to summarize by saying salaries have always been an issue, they continue to be an issue. But we have to deal with it within the larger context of government. Secondly, we have to look at other non-salaried items. There's going to be a regrading coming. And thirdly, in the long term, we have to think about the future of the service and seriously addressing the fact that a police officer could well be a police constable and looking to retire at age 67. Now, which pickpocket he is going to be able to run down Broad Street at Yuletide season? So there are some other things that we have to look at. With your permission, can I invite the Commissioner of Police to comment briefly?
Thanks, Chair. The aspect of the cadet program that you made mention of, that is a worthwhile undertaking for us. And what is being done currently, that we are in partnership with the Advanced Youth Corps, who that organizes the young persons into the program to bring them up through a certain level of understanding and prepare them for advancement. And what we've done, we've had those meetings which what would happen, they would create a program within their program for persons who are inclined to come into the service. In that program, we would then provide the resources that would train them up for that transition period when the time comes to enter the Barbados Police Service to become full police officers. So yes, that is a work in progress, and is as it stands now, it is going quite well for us.
My final query, sir, or comment. I believe that we are at the stage where we have the various agencies and the technology to help to walk the country through a lot more of what the police force does. The police service does. So that people will get a better understanding, because a lot of young people feel that the police is only lick and lock up. And I believe that it is critical at this time for us to talk them through. We've got the various media fora that we can use to be able to make the difference. We are all concerned about the spiraling crime. I hardly go anywhere at night and I'm a fat girl. So you would understand and appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the kind of challenges that persons are having. I would say I'm a brave little girl. But I have a difficulty in understanding what is happening. And I would want to be in a better position to be able to talk to those persons who approach me or chat with us with me to say, what are their concerns? And a lot of people are extremely concerned about the protection of citizens who may have witnessed incidences of crime, shootings and stabbings and murders and so on. And I would like to know what are the plans for the protection of witnesses, or even jury members who are exposed in this very small society, wanting to do the best they can to help this country, but then they're being targeted by criminals and threatened in their homes and on the phone and so on, if they go to court and say anything and say they see them. Small society, everybody knows everybody else. Nowadays it is wrong, but sometimes we're seeing persons who are on the scenes of murders and serious accidents, and before the accident could happen or the incident could occur, it's up on the media, and then it drives the fear in the heart of persons who are associated. Many more people would like to come forward. There are times that I know things that I would like to share too, but then I'm not always comfortable with which police officer with whom I can speak to say I've observed. Because then people say, oh, you can't talk to the police because they tell the other people that it's you that tell them and that kind of thing. I live in rural Barbados, and I don't think that rural Barbados has that kind of as serious a situation as urban Barbados, where people are closely knit in their households and so on, and in the communities. And so I want to know what is being done to be able to advise the public generally as to what is doing for witness protection and so on, because you don't want to lose your family members, or you don't want to lose your own life because you witnessed something because you were in perhaps the wrong place at the wrong time, and the people recognize it was you, and then they say, no, I don't want that information to go out, I don't want the police to find out that she saw me and I pulled the trigger, or I kicked the person, or I used the knife, whatever. What kinds of plans are there for us, the public, who wish to work with the law enforcement agencies, to be able to know how can we be protected if we are witnesses, or if we reach out to say, I have been threatened by so-and-so who is a gangster anyhow, and then I don't even know how to come out of my house. I just have to stay in the little doors I live in, praise my God. I would like to find out what plans there are, please, for the public to be rest assured, yes, we have systems in place for your protection.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I'd begin this response by saying that this is the thin edge of the wedge, really. From the point of view that if we don't have witnesses, then there's no opportunity for justice. But equally, we will only be able to secure the cooperation of witnesses if, as witnesses, they are satisfied that they will come to no harm and that they have confidence in the system, even at the investigation stage, that information that they might disclose is going to be treated sensitively, and that they and their information are going to be protected. But the point is, this equation has two sides. We can't get justice unless we have witnesses, and for that we require public education. You hear it every day. If you see something, say something. You hear us castigating those members of the society who have information but who refuse to come forward. Sometimes they refuse to come forward out of fear. At times they refuse to come forward because they're complicit, because they made themselves benefit from the wrongdoing that we see is going on. So we must have witnesses, we must have the support of the public in this regard. But on the other hand, I accept, Honourable Member, that we're not going to get that support unless people are confident that their and sometimes their identity is going to be protected. Now, I will say to you that some things are done in limited ways. We've had instances where individuals have had to get the benefit of special security arrangements before, but that would be the extreme end of the spectrum. But in terms of, and you specifically said witness protection several times, we don't have a witness protection program in Barbados. We don't. There are efforts across the region to put things of that sort in place, but that is very nascent. That has not yielded any fruit as yet. So witness protection, as we will see on television, as you will see when you watch your movies, is not something that is available in our society. But we already do a number of things. In the course of trials and in other situations as confidence building measures and as measures to secure the fearless support of witnesses. I have to be very careful how I speak because we do want to protect the integrity of the system, but sometimes something as simple as being able to give evidence without actually physically coming to court is something that we have had in the past. And so that is part of our lived experience. We have had in criminal cases with situations where people do not physically come to court, but they still give their evidence. We've had situations with rape victims, for example, especially involving minors, where the person who has suffered the indignity sometimes can't bear to relive the experience in the presence of the assailant. And so we've had instances where they've been allowed to give evidence in another room, but connected to the court by video. Remember always, though, that the question of rights always has appended to it the benefit. And so while witnesses have the right to be protected, one of the fundamentals of our legal system has always been that the accused must be able to face his accuser. Because it would be anathema for our legal system to accept a situation where somebody could allege a serious crime against you, but doesn't have to come forward and make themselves available for cross-examination and so on. So it is not a simple situation. In summary, we don't have witness protection in Barbados, as you would see on television, but there have been successful efforts to protect witnesses in circumstances where they feel legitimately that they are at risk in some way, or where they may even be at risk of additional trauma. We've been able to offer protection to our witnesses, sometimes through giving testimony outside of the room, but connected by Zoom and so on. So it is a complex issue. In our small society, the approaches that other large societies might be able to take are not relatively easily available to us. But certainly, I am happy that Barbadians still have enough confidence in the system that the situation that worries you has not become prevalent.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Thomas. Honourable Member for St. Michael West.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the Office of the Attorney General. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Honourable Attorney General for unwittingly providing light moments for me and others, I'm sure, in the dark times of COVID, for what he described as being the face of memes, especially the brandy and I can't say the other thing. I won't abuse my parliamentary privilege here. But I also want to thank him for his continued commitment to the cause of maintaining law and order and his steadfast leadership in the office. And also thank him for standing up along with the Office of the Commissioner of Police to face the music as it pertains to the ever-evolving crime situation in this country. So thank you, sir. I'd also like to congratulate the Honourable Minister, who is now responsible for crime prevention, my colleague from the City of Bridgetown. And I don't see this as a redundancy to the Barbados Police Service, but an entity that strengthens our hand and plays an important role in captaining the involvement of many ministries in our fight against deviancy and crime in this country. Now, my honourable colleague from St. Thomas beat me to my first question, so I just want to echo her sentiments that I believe that our policemen need better remuneration, better working conditions, and training. This will go a long way in improving their mental health and assuaging any morale concerns. So, Chair, I only have two questions. My first question is from my honourable colleague from the City of Bridgetown. Most of the murders and most of the major gangs hail in the urban areas, including the City of Bridgetown and the urban areas and constituency of mine as well. How do you, sir, manage the roles of the minister responsible for crime prevention and the MP for the city, given that context? And can you comment on any socio-economic issues that contribute to rising crime that you've seen as your time as the MP of the City of Bridgetown?
Thank you, well, honourable member, for that question. The first part of the question is quite simple in that it is, the two roles are almost the same. As I see my role as the MP for the city multifaceted, but one of the main roles is really helping people. And how do you help people? You help them by empowering themselves to help themselves on a continuous and sustained basis. So if I am going to help lift the City of Bridgetown to higher and higher heights, it is really, the job is really one and the same in relation to what I was doing before in relation to empowerment, making sure that we can treat to the economic enfranchisement of the people to ensure that they're empowered financially. And now in relation to crime prevention, I see it almost the same way in areas that we have that are deemed high-risk areas, to continue to work with each and every individual, each and every constituent, to be a part of the solution and not be a part of the problem. So daily when I walk, I am really walking in two lanes. The first lane is as MP to assist, and the second lane is in receiving, working with persons on understanding the culture, understanding the programs that are required, and making sure that those programs are implemented. In the second area, one of the things that I said before and I want to reiterate is that sometimes we make this dividing line between urban and rural. But when you take a helicopter view of Barbados and understand we're 166 square miles, we are really one at the end of the day. At the end of the day, I believe that everyone in this chamber and everybody listening here right now would have gone to school with somebody from every parish in Barbados, would have relatives, would have friends, platonic and otherwise, from all areas, north, south, east, and west of Barbados. So for me, I really see it as a situation where we continue to work with empowering the people in a meaningful way to ensure that they see less of a need to commit crime. Now, a lot of the times that we talk about crime, we talk about poverty. And I cannot, and no one can really realistically deny that poverty is a factor in crime, in the commission of crime. But it is more complex than that. Because when you look on the streets of Barbados, when you look at crimes that have been perpetrated in this land, when you look at the type of weaponry that we've seen in this country before, when you look at drug landings in this country, those are not the sole remit of poverty. Poverty can't afford those things. So poverty is not the only factor, although it is a factor. Now, the other thing that I have seen as I've done my sociological studies throughout Barbados, the region, and further afield, is that Barbados is quite a unique place in relation to where we see these young and restless groups that sometimes we give different names. But when you look at other places in the Caribbean, a lot of the crime is as a result of need, where in Barbados, you would recognize a lot of the crime is in result of greed. In other words, in other places of the world, you will see people committing robbery, burglary, and even homicide for money, to get something to eat. Where in parts of Barbados, you will see people committing crime for $600 pair of shoes, or to be able to go to the next event. No, that is not need. That is greed. That is something else. That is self-worth. That is self-value. That is a trauma, personal and collective trauma of some of our people. Now, as you would appreciate, many of us in here have different thresholds for physical pain. And the same could be said about emotional pain. So sometimes people like to poo-poo the trauma of individuals because people say, I walked that walk and I didn't do that. But your threshold for pain is different to somebody else. So it's really understanding these socio-economic realities to understand what are the root causes. Because if we don't understand the root causes, we cannot solve the problem. So that is why it is important that we've talked about the activities and so on, but included in this program is a number of training programs, because we've looked at it A, B, C. People talk about just giving people employment, but if they're mining right, they can't stay in that employment. They can't thrive in that employment. So that's why we have programs looking at parenting, training, trauma release, counseling, to get the mind right. And then to provide requisite training and retooling, and then to provide the empowerment through employment, entrepreneurial activities, etc., etc. So A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. That is really how we are planning to attack the situation.
Thank you. For my second question, Chair. Honourable members in the House passed the Firearms Amendment Act, which calls for harsher penalties on gun crime. Obviously a welcome step. However, I would like to address somewhat the elephant in the room, where some Barbadians believe that if you were to use a chess analogy, that a lot of the individuals who will be affected by these harsher penalties will be considered the lesser pieces on the chessboard. What are we going to do about the bishops and the kings and the castles? What is the strategies to go after the exporters and the importers of illegal guns?
Thank you, Honourable Member. You know, of course, that there are matters relating to strategy and policing that I'm not at liberty to discuss, not even in this chamber. But I want to, and I'll ask the Commissioner to come in, but I want to assure members of this chamber that as I pursue my responsibilities as Attorney General, and I know that as the Commissioner pursues his as Commissioner of Police, that there are no sacred cows. If you break the law, we will find you and we will deal with you. If you are a king or a queen it may be that you may consider yourself to be a little bit insulated or a little bit further out of reach. But the tools of modern policing are such that we have the ability to get to you, and rest assured that we will be getting to you. You know, there's that old saying, what ain't catch you ain't pass you yet. Okay? So let me serve warning that if there are people who believe that for some reason they are above the law, I said for some reason, whatever that reason is, that is not a concept that is known to this Attorney General, this Prime Minister, or National Security Council, the Commissioner, or any of our law enforcement agencies. No one will be beyond the reach of law enforcement. Commissioner?
Thanks, Chair. Like my line minister, Attorney General, we in the Barbados Police Service also can reassure the public that our duties, our functions will continue unabated. In fact, we'll be more engaged and involved in trying to get every weapon out of the hands of the criminals. And wherever our investigations lead us, wherever our evidence lead us, wherever our information comes from, once it is checked out and proved to be solid, then we will move in the direction of those areas which were identified. And I will repeat that no one is exempted from the actions and interventions of the work of the police in bringing these situations under control. Likewise, our tactics will be utilized in the best form and fashion to have this problem addressed. So yes, the harsher penalties are there for the courts to impose, but it is our job to prevent crime, detect crime, and put all offenders before the court. And that is our remit, and we will stick to that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Sir Michael West. Thank you, Honourable AG and team. Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Chair, members of the team for the AG's office. I just want to commend the AG for the work he has done as it relates to one of the most dynamic ministries in this country. And I said dynamic in an elasticized way because in terms of the response to the ever-changing needs of crime, I want to say that in order for we to be able to have that fit for purpose response, you need to have the active player and participants. And I want to commend the AG for marshalling the troops in a special way at his ministry. And when I talk about change, I remember the days when there was a fight in my neighborhood, and I'm still a relatively young man. There were big rocks as the weapon of choice. I remember those days. AG, you probably remember them too. I remember the days where you took up a stick and hit a man with it. The change that we see today is guns and bullets. I really remember the days, well, I don't remember the days, but in the 1940s, 50s, we had we call the candlestick phone as the phone of choice. Nowadays, we have cell phones that could probably light a candle. The change in technology. The AG alluded in his opening statements to the fact that the police have to be ever conscious when they're going to fight crime that some person may just take a clip, just a simple clip, not the whole video of the event, a clip, and then try to put the police in a negative light. My first question has to do with the Computer Misuse Act. And that was probably started in the year 2004, 2005. And it made special reference to penalties for persons who feel that because of some special flippancy, that there can disparage persons' names, their families, their children, whatever you call it, probably friends, enemies, in such a way that that person suffers abnormal stress and embarrassment. It has become the norm in Bajan society. My constituents complain about it. They have asked me to be able to vocalize my abhorrence against this type of behavior. And we are saying that there is a law called the Computer Misuse Act. I want to know if you, AG, feel that this law is fit for purpose, knowing full well that persons continue to be involved in miscreant behavior across the social medias. And I really want to talk about it because I have said already in this August chamber that at the scene of accident, rather than call the police and try to lend assistance, the first thing a person would do is, the new norm is to take out your cell phone so you can get hits on social media and foolishness. And so I'm saying, how can we improve the law, change regulations, whatever, to now tighten the Computer Misuse Act and to ensure that the behaviors that seek to destroy people in this society, that becomes a thing of the past? That's my first question.
Thank you, Honourable Member. There's a long-standing tradition in the Chamber that you must not speak of legislation that is still to come. And I will not breach that rule. The Clerk of Parliament will encourage the Chair to eject me from this Chamber. However, I can say to the Honourable Member that the matter of computer misuse, that was the euphemism that we had back in the day. We used to call it computer misuse. But computer misuse has gone way beyond computer misuse and has become full-blown crime, both domestic and transnational. And therefore, the Computer Misuse Act is not in need of amendment, it is in need of repeal. I can say to you that we have a draft computer misuse bill that will shortly be receiving the attention of Cabinet, and I anticipate that in the not too distant future, a new piece of legislation will be brought to this chamber and delivered to Barbados, which will make the Computer Misuse Act a thing of the past. What will this new bill look at? We will deal with a number of other specific and general offenses. We'll be dealing with people who break into critical information and structure systems. We'll be dealing with people who disclose access codes wrongly. We'll be dealing with people who commit computer-related forgery or computer-related fraud. We'll be dealing with people who commit child pornography. We will even be introducing new offenses of something called grooming. And specifically, we're talking about child grooming. Grooming is when you try to encourage a particular individual along a particular line through communicating with them and manipulating them in order to abuse them. So in other words, you tell them how beautiful they are, how nice they are, what a nice dress you're wearing, what a nice shirt you're wearing, and so on, and you cajole them and you get them to the place where then you can abuse them sexually or otherwise. So that is also going to feature prominently in the legislation. And then malicious communication, dealing with people who use a computer system to publish or transmit data. So when people transmit pornographic videos or pornographic photographs, when people threaten to use violence, a whole set of those things. Sorry, sir, I just had to cough. We will also be addressing cyberbullying, cyber terrorism, and then people who aid or abet any of those things. So I want to assure the honourable member that we recognize the gravity of the situation. The social media and the mobile phones that we have are really wonderful devices, but they are now being used as instruments of oppression. They're being used as instruments of negativity and tactics of the worst possible kind. Mr. Chairman, I got a message from a constituent of mine this morning, and I don't know why. I think I missed something. But his message was, why you don't pass a law, why you all don't make a law against the school children that fighting, and against the people who are taping the fights. No, I don't know that we could pass a law against school children fighting, but perhaps we ought to pass a law against the people who, rather than stopping the fight, taping it to do what? To send around to their friends and things of that kind. These, so while we talk about computer misuse in perhaps highly technical senses, or computer or cyber crime in highly technical ways, these are things that almost instinctively, almost intuitively, members of the Barbadian public perceive as being wrong, and they perceive them as being wrongs that need a redress and a redress from Parliament. So I can assure the honourable member that very shortly, the Minister responsible for Innovation, Science and Technology will be seeking the approval to have the draft bill looked at by the Chief Parliamentary Council and then brought to this chamber in the shortest possible order, and I commit the resources of the Chief Parliamentary Council to make sure we get it here. It is a dreadful, dreadful thing to recognize that in a place there are adults, and instead of doing what would have happened years ago, parting the fight, instead of that kind of intervention, they're viewing it as a spectacle for their entertainment. What kind of example are we setting?
Thank you. I'm happy to know that we are looking at it. My second question, the environmentalists in my ministry, would you give me some, as the AG would say, some lists? If I didn't ask this question. This is something that has bedeviled me as Minister of the Environment. It has to do, and I guess that the Commissioner of Police could answer this question for me. Where persons, and this have happened since probably Adam was a lad, were caught dumping illegally. I really have to speak about it. Dumping illegally in Barbados. And for some reason, and I'm going to say, I as minister, I have shared photos, videos with members of the police service in order to not only apprehend, but bring these persons before the law court so justice could be served. Under the Health Services Act, there is provision for that, where a person who is found guilty can be charged $5,000 and or with the alternative of 12 months in prison. I know it because...
I'm sorry, but the honourable member just went into his own personal language there, and I did not understand any of the last 8 words he used.
Under the Health Services Act, and I will put it up. A person who contravenes these regulations is guilty of an offense and liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $5,000 and imprisonment or for a term not exceeding 12 months or both. I am not lettered in the art of law, and I won't try to be. And in the case of a continuing offense, to a further fine not exceeding $200 for each day or part thereof during which the offense continues after a conviction is first obtained. This is under the Health Services Act. And I was just making reference to that particular act and saying that the environmentalists and the people that I have interacted with who are part of the group, the philanthropic group, that seeks to clean up the gullies across Barbados. There is a group who have donated cameras to my ministry in an attempt to be able to capture video footage of those who are dumping illegally. I went in the Member of Parliament for St. Thomas constituency one day, and in the next 2 days, the area was full of garbage illegally dumped. We had videos to suggest the persons that were doing it. We have sent those videos forward on more than one occasion. And the people are asking me as minister what is being done. Somehow, I don't know what happens from the time the report is made till the time that these persons are charged or whatever, but it seems that there is nothing being done in terms of bringing justice to this situation. I'm just asking, what is the process and why is it that it appears like nothing is being done for those persons who are contravening this law?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and I will ask the Commissioner to weigh in. I regrettably do not know the specifics of what the Honourable Member is referring to, and I would be grateful if he would share them with me at some point in time. The members of the Barbados Police Service are here to enforce the law. Their responsibility under Section 4 of the Police Act is to investigate and detect and investigate crime of any kind. I cannot say, and I leave it to the Commissioner to respond specifically, but I cannot say what the status of any particular investigation is. I know that people have in the past come to me with what they perceive as being evidence, and ask me to look into various things. And when I take a look at what it is, you can make out the car number and a whole variety of things. So I do not know, but I would like to suggest that the best thing to have done, instead of determining to put up cameras, would have been to put them up in conjunction with the members of the Barbados Police Service, because we actually have the capacity to monitor these cameras. We know what kinds of cameras give us the best resolution for the best kind of evidence and things of that sort. So I can commit that if there's a particular issue that we need to address, the resources of the police service will be available to do so. But I would be loath to agree that without more, that the police might be seen as being failing in some duty or another. Commissioner?
Thanks. The whole aspect of illegal dumping or fly tipping, as some persons refer to it, is we in the service see it as a grave health hazard. And every opportunity, every occasion that we get to intervene, whether we see it while passing or while executing our duties, or whether some person call in, tell us, or information just come by us by some means or fashion, we always respond to it and take the necessary action. And we encourage persons that anytime they see such instances occurring, to let us know. And once we have received that information, I can assure the minister that the members of the Barbados Police Service will take the necessary action to have it brought under control. Now, if there are any areas location where these things are occurring, then I would encourage everyone to give us that information whereby we can have the patrols pass through those areas and also work with probably persons who own these properties and have that type of relationship with those persons so that we can advance the reaction or intervention of having this thing totally stamped out. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that, as I said, this is a vexing concern for me. And I would ensure that I work closely with those members of the police service, because it is one Barbados at the end of the day, and I think that each citizen is duty bound to ensure that we keep our environment in a safe and pristine way, recognizing that there is not only an iconic song called Beautiful Barbados, but it was done by an idyllic group. So that's it for me, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Attorney General, I know that today you led the reported Law Reform Commission, June 2019 to December 2022. What salient things from that report do we expect to see acted upon over the next financial year? And do your allocations contemplate any of the recommendations in the report?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let me begin, though, if you don't mind, by lauding the work of the Law Reform Commission, ably led by Sir David Simmons. Law reform is something that we've always approached in a piecemeal fashion. And the establishment of the Law Reform Commission is the first attempt that we've ever made to having a systematic review of all of our laws from time to time, but also to consider new areas to see if there are areas in which we should consider passing legislation or which might require legislative attention. The Commission has done a tremendous amount of work since being established. They have given us amendments to the Firearms Act. They've given us amendments to the Minor Offences Act, which dealt with the kite flying, the Cybercrime Act that we expect to have very shortly. That's something that they will be able to take credit for. In a substantially reworked or an almost new Copyright Act, they've also looked at, and they've looked at it in difficult times during COVID, especially during COVID, when there was not the best opportunity for the members to function. In terms of our allocation, this particular agency has never had a large budget. I think they probably get, find out exactly how much they get. But they have been able to work very well, utilizing the resources that they have. Members would be aware that the commission is made up largely of attorneys at law who are very well regarded in fact, I think almost entirely of attorneys at law who are very well regarded in their respective spheres of corporate law, criminal law, the law of equity, the law of contract, and so on. Yes. The amount of money that they've been given is considered to be enough for them to carry out their mandate. $875,000. That will cover salaries and a variety of other things. One of the important things about the way this Law Reform Commission works is that it does a lot of the heavy lifting itself. The members actually roll up their sleeves and look into specific areas of law and come up with the recommendations, and sometimes even do a bit of drafting. But in specialized areas such as cybercrime, such as copyright, they've had sufficient funds in their budget so that they are able to contract out those services. Their work plan for the coming year is an ambitious work plan. They have a number of programs that they want to look at. They're going to be working with us on such things as organ donors and euthanasia and things of that sort. Those things, that's already been drafted, and they're going to be doing a review of that. But I can say that the funds that we've allocated are not allocated towards a specific project, but are allocated towards them doing such legislative instruments as they consider to be important. I know that they're going to be working on a new legal professions bill. They're also going to be working on a freedom of information bill, something that has been cried out for many years, and something that we really, let me just say that we have indicated our support for that. They're also going to be looking at modernizing the Evidence Act, and they're also going to be looking at some elements of victims' rights and restorative justice. This commission will never have enough money to do its work. The laws of Barbados are amended or enacted based on the policy direction of the executive. But if you take, for example, the Companies Act, which we passed in 1979, and have amended numerous times, but have not sat down to look at how company law has changed en masse since then. If you look at the Law of Property Act, passed in 1975, the Family Law Act, passed in 1975, I think that was too. These are all seminal pieces of legislation that broke away from what we did following UK norms after 50, 60 years. But 50 years have passed. And in some instances, we've been left way behind modern legal or jurisprudential thinking. In some instances, we just need to catch up. And so while I honestly wish that we had more resources available to them, that we could do more, because there's a lot to be done, but the fact is that we can only do as much as we can consume. It's like food, you can only eat so much. We have to go through the legislative process, and laws, when enacted, then have to be absorbed by the people who have to use them. I remember when the Companies Act came into force. I was a young law student, and it was new, and it took quite some time before the people who were using it, before the legal profession could begin to grapple with all that it required and all that it was bringing with it. So we want them to have more, but unfortunately, I think that the work program that they have is more than ambitious, and it will yield significant results for us. But for them to do more would require a tremendous amount more resources, and then of course, the society has to absorb what they produce. So I'm happy with the work that they've done, and I look forward to the work product that they come up with during this financial year.
Mr. Commissioner, we passed the amendments to legislation. We had a new Firearms Act that came into force on the 1st of January, I believe, this year. There's been a lot of talk about the government getting a lot tougher on violent crimes. I know that you had the joint patrols with the BDF, and you had a number of policies aimed at bringing the crime rate down. are you satisfied with the results of the efforts so far, and what, if anything, do you believe is needed to actually take it a step further? I guess one depends on the next one.
With your leave, Mr. Chairman, I will ask the Commissioner to answer that question. I believe it was properly directed to the Attorney General. Mr. Commissioner?
Thank you, Chairman. Now, the question which was asked by the Honourable Member is one which is very of high importance to the organization, I must say. It is one which we look at a situation of serious matters, gun violence, which is, as mentioned before, health hazard to the country, and the whole rollout of Operation Restore Order. It is one which combines the resources of the Barbados Police Service and the Barbados Defense Force to deal with a threatening situation which threatens the livelihood, the well-being, health and safety of members of the society. And the numbers which were put in that unit, over 80 persons formed that unit. And it was formed in such a way that it would bring tremendous success, and the outcome of the project would be very telling in terms of its operability, one, and the whole outcome structure of it. Now, its rollout for us has been exceedingly successful. The successfulness of it is borne out in tangible results. And those results stretch not only from recovery of number of firearms, number of rounds of ammunition, number of stop and searches, that is vehicles, and also searches of persons in general. And the success of it, the biggest part of it is one thing. The level of fear and anxiety that was being created by that form of activity, that is the lawless activity of firearms misuse. That was calmed tremendously in our interaction with members of the public. They told us that they were feeling a lot more secure and were willing to go about their duties, the forms of leisure or whatever it was, in a much more relaxed frame of mind. And it came on board late November into the Yuletide season and also into the New Year, a season which is now characterized with a lot of activities, nightlife and what else. So persons were able to go about all of those functions, New Year's night, fetes, whatever, in a relaxed frame of mind, because they noticed that the police, the high visibility of persons from the Restore Order were moving around. Little inconvenience for persons when it comes to the stop and the searches, things like that, and motor cars and things like that. But the main thing, the targeting of persons who were creating the type of discomfort, the uncomfortable situations for persons who were moving around. Yes, there were persons who, for one reason or the other, would have had some form of sympathy for the persons who were creating this type of situation. By the end, we stuck to our guns, not really looking at what the bad people were doing, but we stuck to our guns and we had the situation brought under control. And the situation, the calmness, and the operation, from the operation that was being put on, continue into the new year. And it is ongoing. It's a job which will have to be sustained as long as possible. Yes, the persons who are involved, yes, we commend them for the efforts which they are putting into it and what they are doing for, not only for the organization, but the bigger picture is for the country in general. So the results are there for everyone to see. And at some point, we will have to review its operation, whether or not it would have outlived its life. And if need be, we would have to recalibrate it in such a way that we would make sure that we do not give up any grounds that we have captured, that we maintain the focus of the operation. So those things will continue, no doubt, because it is a very dynamic situation, and we know that if we pull back, things can go awry. So it is need to maintain that strong footing, that intent, which will go forward in times to come.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, through you to the AG. AG, I must commend you. I must commend you, your department, on what has been a dizzying legislative agenda. I don't think that this much legislative changes and adjustments and modernizations have happened in recent time. It has been a lot. I know you've often complained that the ability to do even more has been stymied by the lack of resources, especially in terms of legislative drafters, which is a highly specialized field. I know that there's a backup of some legislation that we want to get out that is backed up solely because you don't have the manpower and sufficient manpower or technical expertise to actually push off the backlog that you have. I'm just wondering, AG, what is the position for this year? What is in place to put resources into the SGs and CPC's chambers to be able to catch up with the ambitious targets that we've set and to push off the things that are pending in the queue for drafting? So all that to say is I commend you entirely. You've done a lot. I know there's a lot more that we want to do, but I just want to know what is in the kitty to actually help us to get there.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Let me give you an example of what the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel has to deal with. And remember something that both myself and the Solicitor General mentioned when we were talking about the attorneys in chambers in relation to expertise. While we pride ourselves in our ability to produce legislation, expertise in specialized areas can sometimes be a challenge. Then sometimes that expertise is required. The ministry responsible for the blue economy urgently requires a suite of maritime legislation which will be, when you add them all together, will be certainly over 1,500 pages long. Now, it doesn't just require you to have a knowledge of maritime law, but it also requires you to have that very, very specialized skill of legal drafting. Now, there was an individual who recently announced that he drafted a piece of legislation, and I pay him great credit for it. But this is now my second go-around as Attorney General, and I know that drafting legislation is nowhere near as simple as putting words together. And we have 300 and something pieces of legislation in our collection of laws, and the same word must mean the same thing in every single one of those statutes. So somebody has to check it and make sure that it means exactly that, and if it is to have a nuanced meaning it has to be defined precisely and so on. Now, we've been asked to produce that legislation for Barbados because it enables us to reach certain international standards. But we simply don't have, yes, we have the manpower, but it is such specialized legislation that for if we put all of our lawyers together and ask them to do it, it is doubtful that they'll be able to come up with a product that would pass muster. So we've had to direct the Ministry of the Blue Economy to seek an expert in the area who has drafted legislation in that area before for other countries from within the Commonwealth. So that is one of the methods that we are going to be using and that we have used in order to be able to produce highly specialized instruments, statutory pieces of statute, so as to be able to meet the demands of lay ministries. In addition to that, we have recently, through the Office of the Clerk of Parliament, reached out to the clerks of the UK Parliament. Now, in the UK, their legal drafting is not done by the office of their Attorney General or Crown Solicitor, whatever it is. Their drafting is usually done by their Parliament. And I think the same thing pretty much happens in Trinidad, where the drafting is done by Parliamentary Council. And in fact, I think it would immediately strike you that, that is why they're called Parliamentary Council, not because they draft laws going to Parliament, but because traditionally they are actually seen as part of the parliamentary staff. And we reached out to the clerk of the UK Parliament and pointed out to them that we were going to urgently need drafting expertise across a whole range of specialized areas. And I believe that we've got about 9 or 10 responses, some from sole practitioners, others from firms, who are willing and able to do drafting for us. So we now have to sift through that to see if they've drafted our kinds of laws before, and if they fit our bill. The reality, though, is that this is an area that challenges not just Barbados, it challenges the entire Commonwealth. I remember meeting the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Dame Baroness Scotland, and you know, she said, AG, don't ask about legal draftsmen. I said, well, that's exactly what I've come to ask for. But there's a dearth of that particular skill across the Commonwealth. We have put in our professional vote monies to allow us to buy in drafting services. We currently do buy in drafting services, I think you'll be aware. And we have to do it because there are times when you require legislation urgently. But equally, you cannot always take the staff of the chief parliamentary councils off of what they are doing to deal with particular issues. So 3 or 4 years ago, you might recall, we had to deal with a whole suite of companies legislation and turn it around within about 4 or 5 weeks. So we had to bring in 2 people. Happily, though, both those individuals were very well regarded drafters who were available locally to do that kind of specialized work. And while they were paddling away on that, it allowed the Chief Parliamentary Council to steadily continue to work on the drafting program that they have. In the year ahead, and in fact, in the short term and the long term, we have a very ambitious legislative program. You see, even though we may hire a maritime draftsman from overseas to draft the law, the many laws and regulations that are required on shipping for us, the Chief Parliamentary Council still then has to read exactly what they say and measure them for consistency in language, consistency with our norms, and consistency with our practices. So even though it gets drafted overseas, they still have to pour over it for many, many dozens of hours so as to make sure that when we do pass it, it is a seamless fit with the laws that we have on our books and the laws that we intend to pass. We have a very ambitious legislative agenda going forward. There are a number of things that are in train. But equally, there are a lot of emerging areas that we have to consider. And and I anticipate that we are going to continue to need assistance from counsel outside of chambers, whether within Barbados or whether overseas, but I can give the chamber my assurance that we will be up to the task of producing the amount of legislation that this chamber requires. But as a member of the executive, you would know that there's a lot of legislation to come down the pipeline. We have to consider such things as a new Education Act, and that's going to be a major undertaking. We have to do a tremendous amount of drafting in the short and medium term, but we will get it done, and to the extent that we need resources from outside of chambers, as I said, whether locally or whether from overseas, those are available to us so that we can satisfy the requirement of the government of Barbados. Thank you.
For my second question. Chair, I just wish to wrap up and just make a final statement, very, very brief, just to say, as I alluded to, that this office has done a lot, and your ministry has actually done a lot, AG, in what has been a very difficult time to push the agenda of the government to look at legislative reforms, and actually the police have actually stepped up majorly to the plate to try to secure Barbados. So I just wish to state for the record that I think the efforts of your ministry are worthy of congratulations, and you have our full support, and I look forward to bigger and better in the next financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Christchurch East. Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, wish to commend the Attorney General and his staff, essentially for the legislative agenda which this ministry has put out, and of course is being complicated even more by what struck Barbados and indeed the world 3 years ago, and the need for all the COVID legislation and national emergency laws and the regulations fall in there, and it was not an easy task. Yeah, errors were made, but then there's no perfection in drafting legislation, especially when it is in a hurry. But it brings me to the first point, and I'll lead on from where the last honourable member started as well on law reform, and to also again use this opportunity to commend the Law Reform Commission, which has been established for the work it has done in terms of paying for and retaining a legal consultant, extremely brilliant Caribbean person, to draft the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill, which we've had since December. And of course, we're waiting the National Policy on Disabilities document as well, which we now have. And by the end of this month, to formally submit both to the Parent Ministry of People's Empowerment for onward consideration by the Cabinet, and with the bill obviously having final overview by the Office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel. So that alone shows the worth of the Law Reform Commission. The truth is, Mr. Chairman, that a lot of our laws are outdated. I mean, there were some as much as almost 100 years old. So it is a task. A lot of our laws are pre-colonial times, and laws that England got rid of. England, from whom we took these laws, got rid of these laws long time ago. So this is a critical area that is required, and we've seen recently that the judiciary has struck down some laws at first instance, which, quite honestly, I suppose with more resources, the Attorney General's Department would have been able to review and to have brought amendments to Parliament on these laws and indeed abolish these laws rather than have the courts have to strike them down. But it leads me, Mr. Chairman, to my question, and in follow-on to earlier debate issue raised by the Honourable Member for St. Peter as to the need, certainly in my opinion, to transform the Department of the Office of the Solicitor General. Again, I believe that this is a relic from colonial times, and I mean, this government, this administration is about transformation. And in my opinion, we can't continue with a department, as the Attorney General said, with 20 attorneys at law advising all, or certainly the vast majority of government departments with the resources it has. And within the context of what the Attorney General described, yes, some people are going to be on sick leave, some on holiday, some transferred tomorrow to be a magistrate to another government department. And the time is long come, Honourable Attorney General, whereby, in my opinion, each ministry has its own legal department. The Ministry of Education should have its own attorneys at law and should not have, for example, to ask for legal opinions from the Solicitor General's office. There's nothing fundamental which we cannot change by way of legislation to allow for that. And it's just too much on the Office of the Attorney General with its resources for this to be allowed to continue much longer. And yes, there's some ministries that have their own lawyers. We know that. I think Public Works might have one or two. Housing has the statutory corporations. Some of them have, but it can't be a case within what we are seeking to achieve where we continue to place this full burden on the Solicitor General's chambers. I know about it because 40 years ago,
Honourable Member,
to ask the question. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will lead to the question, sir.
You are now at 5 minutes. Please proceed.
So,
Thank you.
Attorney General, you spoke about alternatives, possibly, the good and the bad, but isn't this an option as well, whereby each ministry could have, certainly the major ministries and departments could have their own legal department, such that they don't have to go to the Solicitor General's office for legal opinions and advice?
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for St. James North. I suppose we agree that we do need to have some reform, though I think the reform that we're thinking of may look a little different to the one being described by yourself. There's an extent to which decentralizing legal services is a good thing, but our challenge is that there are some deficits that come along with it. And if I can, as a senior lawyer, you deal with many juniors in your own practice. And one of the things that you would be concerned about is the breadth of experience that those lawyers bring to the table. I remember remarking to someone only this morning that sometimes the best person to do an opinion on a contract is a person who is accustomed to doing litigation. Because as a litigator, they have had to think on their feet, spot so many things, turn things upside down, dissect them, and so on. You acquire legal skills in many ways. The risk of having a decentralized system where a person goes and works in the legal department of a particular ministry, in my respectful submission, the risk is that that individual is likely to develop certain deficits that present challenges. If you think for a moment about the lawyers at one or two of our statutory corporations, because of the nature of their work, they have no litigation experience. So they approach legal problems in a clinical way rather than approaching it with the eye of a litigator who will assess it a little differently. So in my view, I accept that we need reform. I think that going in the direction that you're describing is not one that readily appeals to me. Of course, I would have less lawyers to supervise at the end of the day. But I think that we need to have lawyers with a greater breadth of experience, and we have to make sure that they're all adequately trained, that we have consistent standards, and that they are able to address the legal issues that come before them in a comprehensive way. So I would respectfully suggest that while there is opportunity for change, I don't know if I'm entirely supportive of the idea that every ministry will have its own lawyers. I think that there's more than enough in common that a centralized approach would benefit from. And if you think, for example, of a complex contract, I would prefer very much to have the bird's eye view of a multidisciplinary chambers addressing the issue than the narrow focus of a lawyer, perhaps who's only ever done maritime affairs, but who is responsible for approving a contract for $20 million in dredging. So I accept that we need reform, but I respectfully suggest that I would want to go in a slightly different direction.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, my second intervention relates to the Magistrates Court, and I think that is sub-program 249, under program 242. And as has been said earlier in this debate, a lot of the work in terms of the judiciary is done in the Magistrates Court. A tremendous amount of it, even though, of course, the Magistrates Court, in my opinion, again, the time is long gone past to increase the jurisdiction of the magistrates to above 10,000. It's been that for God knows how long. Certainly when I became a lawyer, it was 10,000. And of course, 10,000 40 years ago is not $10,000 now. But the magistrates may very well say they have enough work already. But computerization of the Magistrates Court is very much needed because the Magistrates Court has more people-to-people contact than the Supreme Court and affects the daily lives of people much more than does the Supreme Court. And of course, the office of the Registrar of the Supreme Court has bearing on this as well. But we had a situation early last year where in some magistrates' courts, you had difficulty getting payments that had been paid in cases defendants had, or persons who had judgment in their name had difficulty getting monies out because of who could sign the check and lack of officers on the whole. I think computerization could help in this case. I mean, I think most of the magistrates' courts still operate under a card system, and I was just wondering if their finances in the estimates for next year under this head for greater computerization of the court. I know that many officers who work in the courts as well are frustrated in this regard. And I must commend, sir, and not the acting registrar of the Supreme Court for assisting in this regard. And many lawyers feel the same way in resolving the issue of lack of resources in the Magistrates Court, over which the registry has oversight.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The situation in relation to the Magistrates Court is one that we are moving towards addressing. There are a number of things that are on the table, but you would appreciate that it is a moving, it is a constantly changing environment. So, for example, there is a significant discussion going on now about increasing the jurisdiction of the Magistrates Court, and I think you intimated that that is an option that's available to us. It would certainly reduce some of the work that is going towards the High Court. But while I think that that would be desirable, and there are a number of cases, especially criminal, that happen in the High Court in their continuous exercises that could well be done by magistrates without much effort and without the need to have a jury and so on. The reality is that that initiative would increase in one fell swoop the volume of work going to the Magistrates Court, which we've just agreed is already overburdened. So while I support the idea of increasing the jurisdiction of the Magistrates Court, both for civil and for criminal matters, I would urge that we have to deal with the Magistrates Court as it is today and resolve those issues. As it stands, there are thousands and thousands of cases in backlog in our Magistrates Court. It's as simple as that. Some civil, most criminal, a significant amount of them in traffic. And the first job that we have to do, which we will begin to work on during the coming financial year, is to, and we know it in a political sense, we talk about cleaning the list. We have to begin by cleaning the list. There are cases, but let's put it this way, there are cases I had in the Magistrates Court as a young lawyer, and the people dead. But the cases are still treated as being in the Magistrates Court docket. And I'm sure you have similar experiences, especially where the claimant, for one reason or another, isn't going ahead anymore. So the first challenge that we have is to begin to clean the list. But given the nature of the Magistrates Court process, that is a very challenging exercise. The matter of computerization, we've already begun to computerize the Magistrates Courts, but that is a work in progress. In relation to issues such as checks and so on, we're trying to get rid of the check system. In fact, the registrar will be able to tell you that in some instances, domestic matters, no checks are done. We don't pay out in cash, we don't pay out on check. Money is credited directly to your bank account. I will agree, though, that it continues to be a source of some bother for litigants. One of the things that we simply have to address is that in some instances we have too few magistrates, and we also, so there's a need, I would respectfully suggest, for an increase in the number of magistrates, concomitant with an increase in the size of in the maximum jurisdiction. But we also have to address the issue of the conditions in which they operate. You will know, for example, that some years ago we had to close Boarded Hall Court because it was inhospitable. District C Court also had to be closed. I'm very happy that we were able to open up the Fort Simmons complex on November 18th of last year, so as to be able to house the coroner and juvenile court magistrate. The chief magistrate is housed there, and we are currently engaged in fully refurbishing 2 of the older. You remember where the court was originally, magistrate courts were originally. We'd hoped to move out of those completely, but we are having to refurbish 2 of those so as to make sure that the magistracy at District A has proper accommodation. The civil office at District A had to be closed because of the awful environmental conditions that they were working in. They now have a spanking new facility. So we do need to invest in the magistracy, and we need to do everything that we can to return our country courts to the country. I'm proud of what we have at District F. I was happy. I didn't get to open the building, but I did the groundbreaking and saw the construction start, so that the District F Magistrates Court is one that we can be proud of. But we don't have a District C. And you remember District C Magistrates Court. It was a tiny room under that, in the police station. What was District B Magistrates Court was little better than a hovel that judicial officers were required to work in. In fact, you could almost say those 2 courts were embarrassments. And if we're going to return our magistracy to the communities in the way in which it has traditionally been, we're going to have to make good on facilities. I can say there's been discussion going back 20 years now about a new a new civic facility in the area of 6 Roads, which we had intended would house a new modern magistrates court for District C, but that project has been deferred for the immediately foreseeable future. So there are a number of things that we have coming for the magistracy. I think that what we have done so far is an indication of our good faith, is an indication of our commitment, but to add to the burden of the magistracy by increasing their jurisdictions without dealing with the issues that affect them in terms of an increased size of the magistrates court bench, in terms of improved physical facilities, I think that we will have some challenges standing in our way. But I can say to you that I wholeheartedly agree that more has to be done. We are working on the technology platform, and I'm unable to say to the chamber what the timeline for that is, but it's a work in progress.
Thank you, AG, and Mr. Chairman, my final intervention. I'm going to tie in 2 concepts here. AG, you recently spoke on the Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, and probably its underutilization by a lot of people in terms of trying to expunge their criminal record, and that is correct on that issue. So my first thing would be, is it on the cards for reformation or amendment to that act to make it easier for persons to be able to clean their record, or rather apply to clean their record, because the approach some might feel may be a bit cumbersome and time-consuming for the ordinary citizen, and these are the people most affected by it, particularly in light of the fact that about 85% of the employers in Barbados, I would estimate, require a clean slate of record, police certificate of character for certain employment. And secondly, Honourable Minister of State, the issue of parenting, the parenting program, which is, I believe, program 040 under sub-program 263 within this ministry, and the arts, because of course we won't have the opportunity for the other 2 associated ministries to be questioned in the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Youth Affairs during this exercise. what is the strategy in terms of that parenting program, because this is fundamental. I think we would all agree to our development and the issue of the need for probably strategic interventions at some levels in terms of training for parents, and not only training for parents, but empowerment of parents as well, within the context of not only making them better parents, but making them more financially and economically independent, and giving Minister State the opportunity to address on that issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Member for St. James North. We did earlier discuss in some detail the workings and the program under the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. I do not agree with you that we need to make it easier for people to apply. In fact, the application is really, really very simple. It's an application form and you have to submit it along with references and so on. Expunging a person's record is a worthwhile gesture on the part of a state, but it is not one that should be made so easy that a person believes that they can, you know, just march in and get a record expunged. I wouldn't support that particular approach at all. I would say though, and I'm repeating it because it was said earlier, that I believe that there are some instances in which the justice of the case should allow for some discretion on the part of the committee, and so there's got to be a discussion on amendments, and the committee was invited by me back in 2000 to make a number, to look at the act and to make a number of recommendations, and to look at a number of areas that pose challenges to the working of the committee. And the chair of the committee has submitted a number of policy matters on which she wishes to get our advice as a cabinet, and those are matters that will be considered. I will therefore say I don't support making it easier. This is a very important thing, and with it should be a responsibility to complete the requirements, which are already not so onerous. And then finally, to repeat that I believe that we have to look to see how we can make it less of a rigid system, so that there may be instances where a person, while not falling within the four corners of the stipulations as they are currently enacted, could still have an opportunity to benefit from having the record expunged. I'll hand over to Minister Lane.
Thank you, AG, and thank you, Honourable Member for St. James North, for highlighting and underscoring what is deemed as one of the most important programs under this sub-program, and that is the targeting of parenting and the improvement of parenting throughout the society. I must admit that when I was assessing the programs across the landscape of Barbados, including government and non-governmental, one of my concerns really was in relation to duplicating effort. So, put quite bluntly, the Ministry of Youth Affairs has plans in place for parenting, the Ministry of Education, People Empowerment. And then we have a national parenting program that was located between the last two ministries, People Empowerment and Education. And so what I'm saying now, we've actually have a very strategic focus going forward, because parenting can be divided into a number of areas. So as opposed to duplicating effort, what we are doing is looking at focusing on very strategic areas. So they have parent education and training, which in itself is two different things. One is highlighting to parents, strategies, things that we believe that they should know to be good parents. The other one is actually doing training sessions, which are already done by the Child Care Board and Parados in tandem. parenting assistance and support. That is ensuring that those most vulnerable parents have the type of support systems, not only financial, but through counseling and psychosocial sessions. And so that would include things like counseling and so on. Parenting empowerment now, that takes it to a different level, where we're looking at working with parents and enable them to be able to work and be able to support themselves and their families in the long term. What the Prime Minister has asked me to do through this sub-program, however, is to look at a strategic area and make sure that the programs kind of gel with each other, and also to ensure that they are community-based. A lot of times we like to centralize programs, particularly as we've said all day in the urban areas, but what she's asked to happen is to make sure that every community in Barbados is touched with some type of community parenting program, which touch on all the different strategic areas that I mentioned before. So I want to actually thank you, Honourable Member, for reminding us and giving me the opportunity to underscore the importance of parenting in this particular sub-program. So I thank you very much. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. James North. Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a layman, I'm going to answer a question, and I would really like the response from the police, from the AG, as well as the Minister of State that responsible for prevention of crime. Now, legislation has been passed in this House Assembly, and I have not had the opportunity to express my views on the legislation. I'm not asking for any reversal of decisions. I know it can't be done here, or I will have to move something in here in order for it to be done. But I am very concerned about legislation being brought to the House of Assembly that finds itself in a room where policymakers give directives rather than legislation coming before the House Assembly based on strong, unequivocal, empirical evidence. Now, I'm thinking about a specific piece of legislation which comes in conflict with a cultural practice that was over 2,000 years old. Simple, sounds simple, and probably it is best put under the title here of a minor offense act. There must be a specific reason for bringing this under Minor Offense Act. And I believe I have a right to defend this as an encroachment on certain liberties that people experienced for 2,000 years, and therefore it should never come here in a progressive modern House Assembly without the empirical evidence to support it. I want to ask the question, how many kites were seen in the sky in the midnight after 6 or 7 o'clock? Do you have evidence to support that? What was that? See or heard. You know how many? I know you probably know. How many was seen? I strongly believe that the office of the Chief Parliamentary Counsel should always be provided with sound evidence, not based on any value judgment or anybody's personal experience, not on any value judgments. Empirical evidence should be produced and sent to this office, strong evidence, for us to draft any legislation. And more than that, I've been hearing that this drafting is a very complex challenge because of 3 major disciplines that you have to apply yourself to, recommendations being made, but passing off some of the drafting to even suggesting private attorneys. And I don't understand how this became such a priority, a fundamental. or priority that we put at the top of a table and hustle through this parliament. I strongly believe that in order for these biases or value judgment not to be applied, that there's a necessity for stronger autonomy in the hands of the chief parliamentary group, and we can see it mirrored in the provisions within the act that you had a justification for doing what you did. That is my concern. I'm going to ask now this. Oh, I haven't asked anything yet. I'm going to ask this. Well, okay. I'm going to ask this. Tell me how the police officer will be able to charge anybody the kite flying at midnight in the sky. Stake out, because if you understand the culture, that's what it is. It's stake out. And probably on the other side of it, it has no individual. Because the individual don't sleep out with the kite. The kite will be tied onto a pole. What kind of equipment you have in order to detect and trace the cord from the kite down to the person who is holding it? I consider this to be a piece of legislation as a big encroachment on the liberty of our people at a time when, especially to the Minister of Prevention of Crime, when these social activities contribute to demoralizing and the alternatives to criminal activity in the society, I just want to hear how each individual person who's responsible within this office, how from their perspective, how they would apply their sense of good judgment to this specific piece of legislation.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the honourable member knows that it is for me to determine who answers the questions on this side. And I therefore would be dealing with this issue myself. In the first place, it is not for the Chief Parliamentary Council to determine what they draft or do not draft. Nobody has to prove anything to any Chief Parliamentary Council. The honourable member has been a member of two cabinets. Been a member of cabinet under the honourable member for St. Peter, now of blessed memory, and a member of this cabinet. And therefore, from his personal experience, he well knows that the legislative process begins with the formulation of policy, which by a line ministry, which then has to go to cabinet for its approval. Should it be approved by cabinet, it is then sent by cabinet to the CPC for drafting. The CPC can decide, I don't like this, I don't like that, send me proof of this or send me proof of that. That is not and can never be their remit. Then once it passes CPC, it comes back to Parliament and comes to the chamber. This will not be the first piece of, and is either comes back to cabinet, and if approved by cabinet, it comes to the chamber. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are pieces of legislation from time immemorial that honourable members have not agreed with. Some in this parliament, others in previous parliaments. And an honourable member is entitled, when the whip is not on, to disagree with any piece of legislation that he wishes. I would only suggest, though, that the place and time to disagree with it is at the time of the debate and not at the time of the consideration of the budget for the ministry. There is no line item in this budget relating to apprehension of people who are breaking the kite flying with a bull law. There is none. And therefore, I cannot attempt to justify any line item because there is none. Secondly, sir, I would say the police detect and investigate crime. That's what they do. If the determining factor on whether we pass a law or not had to do with how easy it would be for the police to detect a crime, or how easy it would be for the police to hold and charge somebody, then we probably would not amend the Firearms Act. We probably might not even pass the Firearms Act, or a Money Laundering Act, or a Cybercrime Act. How hard or difficult it is to enforce is not a consideration. What is a consideration, though, is the purpose of the legislation, which was well set out in that statute. And that bill, sir, was passed by this chamber and fully ventilated on that occasion.
Unfortunately, this is not always a debate, but I was talking about process, and I know measures were highlighted about reform in the discussion, and I made it very clear that I'm not talking about specifically about what transpired, and I understood exactly that the act was already passed. But I'm just saying that I feel that more power should be vested in the Chief Parliamentary Council. And I'm also saying that I would love to hear the voice of the minister responsible for prevention of crime and the value of having empirical evidence sometimes, especially since I feel as a parliamentary representative of not only St. Michael's East, of the people of Barbados, I believe I have the legitimacy to answer that question, and even the Attorney General can't stop me from answering the question.
And nor would he. Nor would he.
And that's why you make the law. Value judgment, buddy.
Honorable members.
No.
There must be order in this
Mr.
house.
Mr. Chairman, I get a little
chair.
confused by I have a lot of, you allow a lot of chairmen to speak. I have female chairman, a male chairman, and everything.
Honorable member.
Now,
Do you have your third question?
A third?
You asked two.
Man, don't try to do that to me.
Anyway, you proceed, honorable member.
Anyhow, look, there's a big pressing question in Barbados at present, especially in relation, and I'm not encroaching on any matter before the court. I'm talking about something that occurred before. There's a big question. There's a lot of controversy in Barbados surrounding beach lands. Beach lands. I've seen all types of references in relation to what conventions and what statutory provisions can be applied to the specific case or cases. Now, I am unclear on how conventions in some cases can overrule statutory provisions in the law. And I think this is the appropriate place, or even if it's not the appropriate place, probably pardon my ignorance and lack of education in formulating the questions, and other people that has had less education than me seem to be brighter than me and can talk on these issues. But all I'm asking is that I've been hearing a lot of views being expressed about accretion. I don't know what is accretion. But I know that on more than one occasion, that I assume is a convention. I'm assuming it's a convention. I answer for clarity. On many occasions, I've heard the act related to the NCC being applied, the act to coastal being applied, and there seem to be some landowners still believe that they can do what they want to do as long as the water has passed the high water mark. They lay claims to possession, not necessarily ownership, because that would be an argument again, but they lay claims to possession of that area of land. I feel that I'm just suggesting, and I'm suggesting because the Solicitor General office is here, I'm suggesting that we have a clear look at that specific social issue, because at some point in time, if we don't address it now, it will become a major social, it can cause major social conflict in the society. That's the kind of question I want to ask. without any intention to cause embarrassment by a lesser mortal to those who are people in authority. So I just want to know what intentions do we have addressing this issue that is coming up over and over again. And I just want to know if there's any provisions or recommendations, just like the one that is sent down for kites in the middle of all kind of intensive criminal activities, and you prioritize it, although you got all kind of challenges within the office, 20 lawyers, 3 major divisions, but kites become a major issue. So I just want to know, do you have any intentions to put this on the table for discussion within whatever the relevant individual or the relevant unit within the ministry to address this specific issue?
Thank you very much for your third question, Honourable Member. That was so much. I believe I saw 3 follow-ups in there. While you have mentioned the Solicitor General, let me say that that is not really a matter for the Solicitor General. We've spoken earlier in this chamber about the Law Reform Commission, and to the extent that there may be a matter of pressing societal concern which may require legislation, that is exactly the thing that the Law Reform Commission is set up to do. They have the capacity to study the issue, to research the law, to consult with individuals, and to make a recommendation on what, if any, legislative approach should be taken. The matter of what is a beach is one I wouldn't detain the chamber with at this point in time. But I will say that, as you know, beach is defined under the National Conservation Commission Act as being as land adjoining the foreshore of Barbados and extending not more than 33 meters before the landward limit of the foreshore. So if you take the high water mark and go back 33 meters, that area, beach is defined as including that, but including has a special meaning in law, which I don't know that we need to get into. The matter of public beaches, and that's the context really within which this issue has been arising, is a matter of common law. And the common law position is that from the sea to the high water mark is public. And the history, I'm not going to take you back to all that, but historically my recollection is that was determined as the swath of land along which the king shall pass and no mortal should stop him. And that is the genesis of us saying that nobody can stop you from going on that area of land between the high water mark and the water itself. To the extent that it requires that it may be considered for legislative changes, if that is the will of the people, that would be a matter of policy that I couldn't comment on. But that is exactly the kind of thing that the Law Reform Commission can look at and make recommendations on it. It would not be a matter, though, for the Solicitor General. I can tell you that individuals have approached the Law Reform Commission. The Law Reform Commission, as part of its mandate, must meet with individuals. And so we've had individuals from BAMP who have written to say, I want to meet with the commission. They've been accommodated. We've had individuals from Labour write and say, I want to meet with the commission to discuss these things. And they've discussed in each instance things that did not necessarily relate to their particular interests or to the interests of their particular pressure group. But I can say to you that the commission is more than happy to have meetings with the public to discuss matters like this. And I would urge you, Honourable Member, if there's sufficient interest in it, that you could and should make a representation to the Law Reform Commission and argue to them that it is an area which requires reform, and they will get about that work looking at the policy issues and the law relating to it.
Thank you. I can give you the assurance, not even if I should. I can give you the assurance I will.
Good.
I will participate in it because I believe it's a matter that needs to be addressed seriously. And as you said, as a consequence of my time being here on all different types of administration, it means that it becomes more, the onus is really placed upon me to do my duty to the country itself. Now, the last question, Mr. Chair, if you permit.
Allow him now, it's 5:29.
No, okay, let me make it brief.
No, go ahead.
No.
I beg for you.
No. Lots of young men going into prison. So what is called crimes, and for me, in some cases, only deviant acts out of stupidity. But when they get into the prison, they get into prison with not seasonal, but seasoned prisoners. I believe it is an area that we need to focus our attention on because sometimes the prison becomes an academy. And most of the time, the fears that a young man will have before being incarcerated, after the magistrate or the judge direct him to the prison, when he comes back out, sometimes he becomes a graduate. And he no longer has to face the fears of being in prison. Are we putting any mechanisms in place so that these young men would not become victims of the system, the institutionalization of DODs? And are we doing something within the prison system that will help to cultivate them into civil citizens, that when they return into society for what you call the reintegration process, that we at least will be able to detect a high percentage of them showing some level of reform.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I wish that I could engage you on the matter that you've raised. I think it is an important question of seminal interest. The only challenge that I have, though, is that those matters in relation to prison and rehabilitation in prison no longer lie within the Office of the Attorney General, but lie under the portfolio of the Minister of Home Affairs. I will say, though, that while the Minister of Home Affairs has the responsibility for dealing with the matters that you have just adumbrated, we recognize that the prison can be a revolving door. And therefore, that puts pressure on the programs that we have to put in place, because we're not just interested, we're interested in crime prevention, but we're also interested in reducing recidivism. And therefore, many of the programs of Minister Lane, in the same way that they would impact on individuals who we're trying to keep out of that criminal network, will be of relevance to individuals who are in it, but who we need to wrestle from in it. And therefore, I would ask Minister Lane to comment on that limited perspective. But I just want to reiterate that those matters, as raised by you, do not properly fall under the portfolio of this ministry. Minister Lane?
Thank you very much, AG, and thank you, Honourable Member for St. Michael East. As the AG said, the Ministry of Home Affairs has the responsibility of the prison and the rehabilitation programs therein. Of course, we have a number of recommendations that we've made to them in terms of policies and various things like that. One of the things we take interest in the crime prevention space is that if you look at the statistics coming out of Barbados, we have a fluctuating recidivism rate of 60 to 70%, which means that every 10 inmates coming out of prison, you can almost guarantee that 6 to 7 of them will commit some crime again within the next 1 to 5 years. Obviously, that is cause of concern, and if you want to truly prevent crime, that will ensure that you would work with that cadre of persons. One of the programs we have proposed in the next financial year is a program called Startwise, and there is another program working specifically with the existing agencies treating to former inmates. And one of those programs is really like a self-help program. We all know of the great talent and skills coming out of the prison, and we want to ensure that we can provide facilities, support, training, and employment and entrepreneurship activities coming out to that. I want to give one example that I'm really passionate about. It's something that would have been raised with me with one of our ambassadors, and I didn't seek permission of the house to call the name, so I won't call the name, but it's to get some of these vacant facilities at the BIDC and be able to set up some cottage industries so that the guys can continue their trade in their space and be supported by the government and society to help with our rehabilitation. Because in speaking to a lot of former inmates, and people wonder if prison is so hard, why they go back to prison. A number of them will tell you that prison is hard, but sometimes society is harder when they come out. So we want to make sure that we have just that as one example to continue to work with the guys. There are other examples, but due to the limited time we have to present, I would say that that is one of the major ones that we will be pursuing, along with partnering with the Ministry of Home Affairs with a number of other programs that I'm sure they have on their cards for this financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me my rights to answer 3 important questions. My rights. My rights. And thank you very much, AG and Minister responsible for the prevention of crime, the presentations and the way in which they deliver themselves. I'm mighty pleased.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. You represent the good people of St. Michael East, so they have to be heard at times. You have to give a little latitude. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Attorney General. You will now have 10 minutes to wrap up. They said.
First, let me express my gratitude to the senior staff of the Office of the Attorney General, ably led by the Permanent Secretary, who has sat to my left during the course of this sitting. I am the head of the office as Attorney General, but the Office of the Attorney General does not belong to me. Having sat in Cabinet now on 2 occasions, I well know what it is like to be Attorney General one day and not to be Attorney General the next day. But the Office of the Attorney General is that office, as I said at the beginning, which is responsible for maintaining law and order and securing, securing the rule of law. And the importance of the members of the staff who have sat here with me cannot be understated. Some of them are new to the office, some of them have been here for a while, but without exception, their hard work is appreciated by me as their minister, and on behalf of all of my colleagues in the executive, all of Parliament, and all of Barbados, I wish on the record to thank them for those sterling efforts. Mr. Chairman, the issues before Barbados are very, very much capable of resolution when it comes to the rule of law, when it comes to maintaining law and order. But we will resolve them to our satisfaction only to the extent that we stay true to our mission and that we follow through on the responsibilities that the people of Barbados have given to us. From the very outset, we knew that the days ahead were going to be rocky. And that, you could call it a prediction. We've seen it every single day at every turn in what we've done. But in every instance, Mr. Chairman, as problems present themselves, we have looked for responses. When I look at the area of law enforcement, law and order, we recognize that individuals were committing crimes and coming out on bail, and specifically murders, sir. Individuals, young men, were committing homicides, going to prison on remand, getting bail, coming back out, committing more murders, being remanded again, coming back out again. And the reason they were getting bail, Mr. Chairman, has largely been because of the delays in the criminal justice system in addressing their cases, getting their cases before the courts quickly. Now, whether I like it or not, the law is the law. And since the 1990s, when we amended our Bail Act, that Bail Act has made provision, though in the early days it was seldom used, but that Bail Act made provision for individuals who were charged with any offense, including a homicide, to get bail. That was and still is the law. But how have we responded to that, sir? We responded to it by recognizing if the problem is that people are coming out and committing offenses because the case is not coming through quickly, then let us deal with the cases. Let's make sure they get through the judicial system swiftly. So we responded to it by increasing the number of criminal judges, and again last year by increasing the number of criminal judges. We don't get to decide if you're guilty or not. That is a matter for the jury. But our job is to make sure that your case is heard swiftly. We've given the Director of Public Prosecutions a solemn mandate that all pending murder cases, and Mr. Speaker, they are in the 90s now, all pending murder cases must be concluded by the end of this year. We've also given the DPP another solemn mandate that in addition to dealing as a matter of priority with those people who have multiple murder charges, that we are also to deal with the most recent homicide cases swiftly, because we need to send a message. What message does a state send when in the year 2023 it is trying a homicide case that was committed 10 years ago? What message are we sending? You know, Mr. Speaker, anybody who troubles to listen to me, and I imagine not many people do, but anybody who troubles to listen to me will know that occasionally I reflect on my childhood when in this chamber. And you know, I always used to like it when my mother said, wait till your father come home. Licks to be shared, you know. But instead of delivering those licks immediately, remember for St. Thomas, she tell you, wait till your father come home. Now you know when daddy come home, daddy tired, daddy hungry. Licks not on daddy mind. Okay? The point I'm trying to make by using that personal analogy is that there's a sense when you delay dealing with a situation, and when you delay a punishment, that the person they ain't bothered by the punishment. We will go back and do the same thing because it was wait till daddy come home. Now, in a sense, the judicial system has been much like that, because a person commits a criminal offense, a very serious criminal offense today, a murder today, 2 years pass, 3 years pass, 5 years pass, 10 years pass, and he hasn't faced the courts yet. Now, I am pleased to see that that is already beginning to change, sir. We had an individual who was charged with homicide, I think it was in 2018 or 19. 2019. And his matter was heard before the courts late last year, and he has received, or was it early this year? I don't even remember. But the point is, we've begun to cut down those delays, and we've said to the DPP, all of these murder trials, all of them, we want them done before the year is out. We have to bring this system to being current. Because, Mr. Chairman, when you bring the offenses current, then the other matters will be dealt with quickly, and the delays will not become features of the system, and you will not have this vexing problem with individuals who get remanded on homicide, come out on bail because of delay, and go and commit other offenses. We've responded to a challenge. And at every step of the way, sir, we have sought to respond to the challenge that has been thrown up in our faces by the system. But that is how we do things. A former Prime Minister used to say, face it and fix it. And that is exactly how we're approaching it. But I remind the Chamber, and in a significant earlier discussion, we talked about partnerships. Member for St. James South, partnerships. Because government does not solve a society's problems. Government will provide the resources. Government will provide strategic direction. Government will provide a whole lot of things. But, sir, governments do not raise children. Governments do not reside in communities. And so our response to that particular challenge has been, for the first time, to establish a new sub-program led by the Honourable Member for the City as a Minister of State to address the issue of crime prevention. Now, sir, the police department has a crime prevention officer. One. A single crime prevention officer. And we hear him on the radio and so on. But a police force, a police service is designed, and by a statute it says it's to investigate and detect crime. By its nature, while prevention of crime is always going to be part of its mandate, it is not necessarily set up as the kind of establishment that is designed from its bottom up to deal with preventing crime. And so our response has been to establish a sub-program in the ministry and to have given it $12.5 million. These are troubling times, sir, and we recognize that the police service cannot do everything on the budget that it had, and we've increased their budget by almost $20 million. All across the Office of the Attorney General, all across this Ministry of Legal Affairs, sir, we have tried to make sure that every single program is given the resources that they need to be able to meet the challenges ahead. Minister Lane is going to rely heavily on the Criminal Justice Research Project. The Criminal Justice Research Unit. That unit, sir, has the responsibility. We didn't get to talk about this work today, but that unit will do a lot of the research that will inform the kinds of policies that the member for the city will spearhead. And the policies that we spearhead will inform the legislative approaches that we take, that the CPC will do. So, sir, it is a tremendously interconnected enterprise in the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs. But at every stage, sir, at every stage, we commit to making sure that Barbadians are fairly treated by the law, by the courts, by that blind lady that we all call justice. Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of work ahead of us, and I am excited about what the coming financial year will hold. I'm excited at the successes that are portended for us by the budgetary provision that has been made, but I'm especially excited by the enthusiasm of my team and by the commitment of my colleagues. And with that, I again beg to move that Head 30 stand part. As amended.
The question is that Head 30 stand part as amended. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 10 minutes past 6.
Question that this honorable chairman be suspended until 10 minutes after 6. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chairman stands suspended until 10 minutes after 6.
Standing Finance Committee is resumed.
Mr. Chairman, Head 10, Office of the President, in the amount of $750,016.
Mr. Chair, beg to move that Head 10 stand part.
The question is that Head 10 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 11, Ministry of the Public Service, in the amount of $5,431,441.
Mr. Chair, beg to move that Head 11 stand part.
The question is that Head 11 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 12, Parliament, in the amount of $11,891,324.
Mr. Chair, beg to move that Head 12 stand part.
The question is that Head 12 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 13, Prime Minister's Office, in the amount of $181,200,550.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that head 13 stand part.
The question is that head 13 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. You think the ayes have it.
Head 15, Cabinet Office, in the amount of $20,083,294.
Chair, I beg to move that head 15 stand part.
The question is that head 15 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. You think the ayes have it.
Head 17, Ombudsman, in the amount of $477,239.
Chair, I beg to move that head 17 stand part.
The question is that head 17 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 18, Audit, in the amount of $653,904.
Chair, I beg to move that head 18 stand part.
The question is that head 18 stand part. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 19, Treasury, in the amount of $54 million.
Chair, I beg to move that head 19 stand part.
The question is that head 19 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 29, Director of Public Prosecutions, in the amount of $1,629,961.
Chair, I beg to move that head 29 stand part.
The question is that head 29 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 31, Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science and Technology, in the amount of $35,072,808.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that head 31 stand part.
The question is that head 31 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 33, Ministry of Home Affairs and Information, in the amount of $65,401,244.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that head 33 stand part.
The question is that head 33 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 34, Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, in the amount of $131,092,522.
Chair, I beg to move that head 34 stand part.
The question is that head 34 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 50, Post Office, in the amount of $12,764,535.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that head 50 stand part.
The question is that head 50 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 82, Ministry of Environment and National Beautification, in the amount of $66,986,180.
I beg that head 82 stand part.
No sponsor. No sponsor.
The question is that head 82 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 84, Ministry of Labor, Social Security and Third Sector, in the amount of $59,604,160.
Chair, I beg to move that head 84 stand part.
The question is that head 84 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, say nay. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 87, Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, in the amount of $360,471,826.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Head 87 stand par.
The question is that Head 87 stand par. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 91, Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, in the amount of $56,921,002.
Chair, I beg to move the Head 91 stand part.
The question is that Head 91 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Head 93, Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, in the amount of $104,540,729.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Head 93 stand par.
The question is that Head 93 stand par. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 1 stand part.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 2 stand part as amended.
The question is that Clause 2 as amended stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 3 stand part.
The question is that Clause 3 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 stand part.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule as amended.
Chair, I beg to move that the schedule as amended be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. All honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Report passing of bill and estimates.
Chair, I beg to move that you know report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill as amended in Standing Finance Committee.
All right, cool.
The question is that I do know report the passing of one bill. I do not report the passing of the question is that we do know report progress to his honor the speaker and ask for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Honorable members against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that we do now suspend further consideration of the bill and come back to committee thereafter. Beg to move the postponement of further consideration of the bill.
The question is there will be further postponement of this bill. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until Tuesday, the 14th of March at 3 p.m. for the presentation of the budgetary proposals by the Honourable Prime Minister.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until Tuesday, the 14th day of March 2023 at 3 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until Tuesday, the 14th day of March 2023 at 3 p.m.